What's poppin'? We are here. We're back. We've got to finish a mix today. It's the one we started, I guess it was not yesterday, but the day before. If you're curious, maybe why this looks better than before, it's because I was diagnosing crazy problems with GDP in order to get up and running in 4K. So we're coming at you, extremely magnified poor style. You probably see every gray hair. You probably see every little wrinkle and scratch and everything, and maybe that's better. We'll find out. There's a couple other things we got in store that are a little bit of a surprise on this stream compared to the other ones. So, let's see how this thing shakes out, all right? We got the song we were working on last time is called Why Care, and it's this, I don't know what to call it. It's like it reminds me of 90s rock, funky, a little bit alternative, and there's definitely some Spoon vibes in there. A couple people threw in some other things in the chat last time about what they thought it reminded them of and stuff. So I'll leave that up to you guys to come up with whatever you think it sounds like. I think that we were pretty far along on the last one. It was about a 5.5, 6 hour stream. This one's going to be much shorter because, or I say that and then sometimes it's not, but there's not a whole lot left to do. I like to make sure I do an automation pass on every song. And if you caught the video I dropped today, it kind of focused on different things you could do. And automation is one of them in order to make choruses pop out, bridges pop out. Things just get a little more lively and exciting. So without further ado, I'm going to slap on the mix view and we can kind of jump from there. But this is the track we've been working on. Where were we? It's basically the M2 version continued. So there's a couple things that you're going to notice are different on this session that I had to add in order to kind of correct a few problems we were having. One was I realized the fades, like every song I've done, you guys were hearing everything before the fade. So we had to route something differently. Not that this is super relevant to anybody, but I just felt like telling you. It's like we had to have this separate OBS bus that just feeds you the stuff after my fades, because it occurred to me that I was like, oh, it's the plugin is before the fade, of course. So anyway, we have a bunch of stuff to do, but not much. A bunch of stuff and not much. Perfect. Let's start with a total contradiction. That's what we like to do over here. If you've got stuff you're working on, open it up, start doing your thing. I like to think of this as a bunch of people in studios in like a big building with a ton of studios all up and down the hallways on different floors and stuff. What you would do is you'd pop out of the room, you'd walk, you'd hear what's going on next door. If there was a moment to jump in, you'd jump in and just kind of make yourself like a fly on the wall, maybe listen. If you got somebody in there, you drop some stuff in the chat, you talk a little bit. But this kind of thing would happen. I feel like interns would go out on smoke breaks and just enjoy being around other people that were just like them. Musicians, engineers, people that have like lived and breathed this stuff for their whole life. And we're a unique breed. There's not a ton of us out there. So this kind of a place is, I find, a catalyst for people to do more stuff, to work on stuff. And then we need our ear breaks while we're hanging out with each other as if we're in a giant studio with, multi-room studio, essentially. And I like to facilitate that because I think that makes a lot of sense. And if you start mixing while I'm mixing, throw in the chat anything that bugs you, anything ups and downs of what you're working on with your stuff. Anything that's going on is a good thing to throw in the chat, honestly. What's something you've been fighting with, something you found that you liked, it doesn't matter. Anything audio related is game. So let us hit play and we will kind of jump from there and see where we're at the moment. That's a good idea. Let's get a good starting point. Here we go.
The crack of the hammer that buries the nail and seals the coffin that's buried in the sand, even though it don't make any sense. The grind of the chainsaw that cuts down the trees our shade away and polluted our air. You know they don't have a care, so why should we? Why should I care? Why should I care? Why should we? Why should I The slap of your hand goes and crushes your face. The neighbor calls the police. They take you away, 'cause there's no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why should we? Why should I Why should
I'm going to stop it there. After that is a very trippy ending thing, but we don't need to go into that. This is the part that needs mixing, everything prior to that. Once a crazy, weird ending happens, all bets are off. And that's kind of the point. I mean, weird, trippy tape echo. Pink Floyd, craziness. That is how the song ends, but there's no more drums or bass, right? It's just a bunch of guitars being nutty, some organ sounds in there, but it's really just a bunch of guitars. So, what's going on, Kalen Kibler? What's up, man? How's it going? Kalen said, "Hey, and I rewatched the last stream, and you really livened up the song from start to finish. It got more energy overall while staying tight." Thank you, man. I appreciate it. And that's exactly where we are. It's the same mix. I haven't touched anything. And what's going on? DU2 Fly Music. What's poppin'? What is poppin'? I don't recall seeing you before. That's awesome. I love anybody who's new is welcome. And you throw something in the chat, you're part of the family instantly. And we got a Discord going on. I threw the link in the description of this video. But between GDP explaining to me how to use it, we're getting cooking. GDP kind of runs that at the moment, even though like I'm trying to do something with it. And every time I go on there, I feel like a duck out of water, man. I don't really get it yet, but that's okay. I feel like I'm just overcomplicating it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing over there, but we'll figure that out. We got some new features here. I'm going to, I feel like I want to disclose them as they come up, right? So one of which is automation. We have some lanes here that you're going to get to check out. So I might as well introduce the new stuff. Why not? But we got this angle over here. So you've got this little 8 fader jam that I put my hands on. That's the UF8 in view. The monster UF8 view So you get to really see what's going on with automation, and that's pretty much what we're going to center the video on today. So there will be a new angle while I'm doing automation. You'll get to see that. And then if you need to see it being written, I figure I'll jump between these two, because that view at the top kind of coincides with the lanes. So if you see the lanes with the stuff being drawn like you've seen in the past, you'll get to kind of see hands-on now. And I only use 8 faders, similar to if I was working on a desk, I'd have, 8 places everything goes prior to being sent to the mix bus. And that's exactly what I have going on here, just 8 faders in front of me, and I find that's honestly all I need. I've never said to myself I need 3 more UF8s, because there was a time I had 4 Avid Artist mixes, and I can tell you from experience, 2 of them never got touched, and one of them got touched sometimes, and the other one got touched all the time. So I was like, all right, I got to just have one of these. Like, I learned from my mistakes. 4 Avid Artist mixes were a waste. It like, just because everything was always moving. You could never have the same tracks on the same stuff, so it was just a disaster to figure out what was where and bank around. It was really a pain. I appreciate that, D2 Fly. That's awesome, man. D2 Fly wrote, just a lifelong musician, always looking to learn. Good to know. Glad I came across the channel. That's awesome, man. I really appreciate that. Yeah, and join our Discord if you haven't yet. It's we're like, it's so new. Everybody who joins that thing, I'm gonna remember personally, because the names are so so low at this point. We literally started it yesterday or 2 days ago, whatever that was. It's been real quick. Kalen's Funfish. Me and GDP were wondering about that. We're like, who's Funfish? Nice, dude. Kalen's Funfish. Kalen wrote, how do you feel about having a channel in there where we share music or mixes? I understand logistics that can be complicated. To be honest, I don't know nothing about it yet. So if it's something that makes sense in there as we're using it, then yeah, it makes sense. I don't know yet. I don't know much about it, to be honest with you. Like, if it becomes something that would makes it like kind of worthwhile, then that would be cool. But we will see like what that becomes. I'm not really sure. GDP is probably a better one to ask about that, about like what makes sense in there. Right now, it's like, it feels like the first time I started playing Zelda. And I think I said that to GDP. I was like, this thing's like Zelda. Like, you just start it and you just have no idea where to go and what to do and like what is anything. That's how it feels to me. I'm talking about old school NES Zelda, the OG. But yeah, I don't know. That's just what I remember from 100 years ago. Anyway, let's jump in to working on some stuff. So my first bet on what we're going to do here is come in and do kick. I'm dumping stuff into a VCAs. That's what I'm doing. So I might as well, because I feel like we're really close to getting this thing into position. So we're at least going to dump a few things into VCAs. Maybe some guitar stuff I'm going to mess with a little, maybe just EQ on it. But like, the acoustic could maybe become a little more in our face it's such a personal choice thing. As soon as you make the acoustic like more heard, it defines the guitars better. You have this clear definition. That's why I recommend, if you have distorted guitars, record an acoustic. But the right balance of it is everything. Because if it's too loud, then your focus gets off of the distorted guitars and onto the acoustic. And if it's the right volume, it just defines the distorted guitars. It gives you definition between the notes because it's very percussive. You hear the strum better. You hear everything better on the distorted guitars just by having the acoustic in the mix. So in our case, let me look at that first before I even go VCA crazy. It's just a couple things, like as I was just listening, I was like, some of which could be solved with a little bit of mix bus tweaking too, we may mess with, but I do like kind of where we're at the moment. The other thing that is interesting to note is I'm listening right now on the little Bluetooth speaker as opposed to my main monitors. My ATC monitors are what the thing was mixed on to this point, those and headphones. And then I decided on this playback I was going to flip it to the Bluetooth speaker. because it's a good tell. The Bluetooth speaker, farts out when you hit it with too much low end, whereas your good monitors may not. They may hold up, whereas a Bluetooth speaker will be like, hey man, too much low end, or it'll tell you if something is kind of obnoxious. I wouldn't use it, for long periods of time, but it'll kind of expose things that might not be exposed by great monitors, because there's weird EQ decisions happening in a Bluetooth speaker in order to make you think it sounds better than it does. They're distorting the drivers a bit, especially in the low end. They're like making you feel like there's a lot of bass, but there's no way to have a lot of bass in a little tiny speaker. So they're doing things to trick you, to trick us. Like, that's why it sounds like there's a lot of bass. It's dirty bass. It's not clean bass, but you need to know what your bass is going to do on something like that. You kind of need to hear that, in my opinion. It's helpful. So I threw stuff on there every once in a while. That's what output 1 and 2 is. But when I start making critical decisions, I usually go back. I could make a couple here, but I typically don't.
The slap of your hand goes and crushes your face. The neighbor calls the police. They take you away, 'cause there are no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor.
I'm adding 1 dB to the low end, so there's a lot of low end just coming from the mix. It's not on the mix bus. I just kind of wanted to point that out. This plugin itself does pump low end through your mix. You got to be aware of what plugins kind of do this and what don't. Some compressors do pump more low end through your mix than others. Some will get choked by it. And this is sort of irrespective of whether the sidechain, the internal sidechain is on. A lot of compressors have a sidechain, like, for example, the SSL bus comp right here. Turn that on for a second. See this sidechain high-pass filter? Like, that's a common thing, especially a variable one, is nice these days. That one on the sidecar is fixed, but it's a very common thing today to need more bass to get through the detector in the compressor. And that's what that does, is essentially allows you to take 125 hertz on down and keep it out of the detector. On the sidecar, it's 80 hertz if you turn it on. And I don't have it on, and by not having it on, it's controlling that low end a little bit better even. But if I turn this on, it'd be 80 hertz on down and be out of the detector. So I'm keeping it off because I like the way it's squeezing the mix a little bit. But I do feel like maybe a little too much, like I'm hearing like 150 being maybe a little aggressive, and I could take it down on here more, but I'm already taking it down 2 dB. It says 4, but that's because I have the multiplier on half, which is, times 0.5. So this is not 4. If you click it, you see it's 2. So the moves look aggressive, some of them, like these two, but they're not. They're 2 dB up at 8K, 2 dB down at 150. And this isn't to like memorize it. It's just sort of a rule. You can go as aggressive as you want, but for me, I like to keep in the non-aggressive world for as long as I can on the mix bus. It's a last resort to go super crazy on the mix bus, but just that, the ML4000 is also adding a lot to this sound, and it's tucking in the low mids a little bit too. That's what this plugin does. Like, when you have the cross, it's not a one-trick pony by any means, but basically the way I have the crossover set, it's allowing me to duck the low mids just by, not much, like a half dB, but it does a lot. It sounds way more ducked than that. If you were to do this on like something else, like a multiband Fab Filter or Pro Q3, you'd have to duck it a lot. So, if I take that on and off, you'll hear the mix change so much, and that the mic DSP does a lot. A lot of times, and I said this the other day, is while I'm mixing, if I get the sense like I need to push low mids on a lot of different instruments, I'm sort of going to put the mic DSP ML4000 on really early in the mix so that I can get the sound that I'm going to get at the end of the mix, which is duck the low mids a little bit for me so I don't have to go in and take so much out of each track, because for some reason I find it works really, like that plugin is a monster for that. So like when I hit play, I could take that on and off and you'll hear how much the mix has changed, but that's also because I mixed a large part of the song with that on it. So like I'm mixing because it's there a certain way. How crazy is that? I find it crazy. I love that plugin. It's just such a good plugin for tightening up the bottom. And you could do it a ton of different ways. Before I used that a lot, I would just take any EQ and like duck it out. And then I transition to using like a sort of like a multiband. Any multiband will do, but you could do a dynamic EQ and kind of give yourself a little bit of that 150 dip. And therein, there she goes. But yeah, I find it sounds better than if I take it out on the instruments that might be causing that. But that said, the bass probably could use a little bit of love, taking out some more 150-ish, even with it out. But I love the power it's giving me, especially on that little Bluetooth speaker. It sounds like big. So part of me is like, I don't know, man. It's this back and forth. So anyway, let me hit play. Let me actually do something. I've just been talking a lot. But that's because a lot of this was done before also, like in the last session that I streamed. I did everything. I haven't touched a thing. So let's start touching stuff. This is my acoustic guitar that I'm tweaking right now. And just so you know, you group the stuff and make sure globals is on. So in other words, I already created this, so I won't do it again. But if I hit Apple G or Command G, I say Apple because it used to be an Apple. Tell me I'm wrong. I think it did. It used to be an Apple. Everybody knows it. This is the tab you want, globals. You click that, and you make sure that whatever slot you're on, like for me, I want B, I want C, usually D also, to be globally grouped so that whatever I twist a knob on one of them, I twist the knob on both of them. To me, that's important. And the reason it's important is because it's one performance. It's one performance. It's in phase. So if I make one EQ sound crazy and the other one not sound crazy, but it was already in phase, the EQ is going to be pushing one of them slightly out of phase from the other. So I just make the moves together by doing that with globals. It's key. So like as you can see, I twist one knob, they both go. I twist another knob, they both go. That's the important thing, And I'm just bringing up some air on this acoustic. That was kind of my first thought while I was listening. I was like, where's that acoustic?
That's taken our shade away and polluted our air. They don't have a care. So why should we?
I'm getting way above it because I don't want the meat of it. The meat's already being boosted on the 4KB. So a lot of meat on this acoustic being pushed, and the ratio at 2:1. The compressor has a lot of flavor on the 4KB. So there's a lot of color coming from that. Let me throw this back on my good speakers so that I can hear how this really sounds. I'm using an RME UFX3 to the AES port out of that into my DAC. So it's essentially sending a clean digital signal into my DAC, which is a JCF audio DAC, into ATC monitors. And that's why I love the UFX3. It has so many connections on it. It has MADI, it has AES. it had the most. When I looked up what was available for what I needed to connect all my stuff, that was the answer. What's going on, Alex? Alex Christoph's in the house. What's popping over there? We just started. 5 o'clock we started. Nothing much has been done. I twisted a knob or two on the acoustic, and I was rambling about some of the new angles we got going and stuff. We got crazy angles. Caitlin wrote, I feel like there has to be an equivalent for you guys, like AOL chat rooms and such. Maybe Discord is just intuitive to the Gen Z brain of mine. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, it makes sense, I guess. It's kind of just this, it's just, I keep expecting it to be this whole enchilada, and it's not. It's just some nachos with cheese or something. Like, I'm not really understanding what it's about yet. I mean, I got it, but I also don't got it. That's all I'm saying. I got it, but I don't got it. Alex Christoph with the we hate 6K GDP. Exactly. You know we do. Yep, we're in 4K over here, by the way. We're doing it. We are doing it in 4K. Alex Christoph wrote, GDP, do you know about Gematria? Last week I saw the numbers on the clock receipts and license plates. Weird, man. You guys are outside of my depth with that. Yup. Mandatory backstretch. All right, here we go. Mandatory. Every mixer needs to mandatory backstretch from time to time. Luckily, we have our mandatory backstretcher in chief, Alex Christoph drums, coming through, making sure we are reminded. Here we go. I'm going to leave it there because as soon as I put it back on these speakers, I really like it. But when that other Bluetooth thing will make you work for it a little bit because it's like, it's a fart box. Kick VCA. So this is how I dump stuff in VCAs if you haven't seen it. Kick, I separate the session into 8 things, sometimes less. This session I think has 7 things, or probably 7. Let's see. And that's the only faders we need to automate. All right? So all the kicks, that's kick and kick trigger, go into a kick VCA. Snare and snare verb and snare trigger go into a snare VCA. O left, O right, any floor toms and all that stuff. So O left, overhead right, rack trigger, floor trigger. So I created some toms that weren't there before from overheads. If you haven't caught that, that's on the last stream. It's very worth it to do that if you have the patience. And I would say it's worth it to do it if you don't have close mics and you need close mics, because that essentially makes the toms feel close mic'd even though they weren't close mic, they were just overheads. And I personally like it when drummers say to me, like, how did you make the tom sound so good? Like, there were only 2 overheads. And I say, that's the secret. But it's not a secret for you guys. You guys know the deal because I just told you. And it's on the last stream. I literally walk everyone through how to do it. Bass VCA. The bass VCA I send from the buses. And the reason I send it from the bus is because if I were to send it from the tracks, it will send different amounts of level in here, and I have compression and all sorts of stuff going on here, and you don't want that. Once your compressor gets a different level, whether it's more or less, it's going to sound different. So if you're liking sounds, you got to move you have to know where to move, and in my case, it would be the bass bus. If you had all your drums sent to a drum bus And that drum bus had compression and stuff on it, and that's feeding your mix bus. And your drums don't go to your mix bus anywhere else. I would lower it from the drum bus instead of from the drums themselves, or lower it or raise it when automating. You get what I'm saying? Let's take all our guitars at once, acoustics and electrics, because the blend is there. This coolness thing we're going to leave out, because when things are being sent to buses, like if you're using a send to a bus, that's different than if it's being sent directly. If you have a send and you set it to pre-fader, I would move this also. If you're not sending this to pre-fader, like this is a little complicated, but if you pick up one thing every time you're mixing, you'll be great in, I don't want to say no time. Probably take you some time, but pick up one thing, you'll get there. If you don't pick up one thing, you're not going to get there. Just even if it's complicated, pick up like one thing every session, you're on your way. But a lot of people understand this. When you click pre, it's pre-fader. So that would mean no matter what I did with the fader on that track, it's going to send the same amount of level out here. Now, if I don't click pre, it's not pre-fader. So that means if I move this fader, different amounts of level go here. So that basically means it's coming with us anyway for free. It's coming along for the ride. So that's why I would take all the guitars, which is all the green stuff, are all my guitars, and reds are acoustic. So we're taking this, and it's guitar, VCA. It's just all the guitars. Then we're going to vocals. So it's just one track of vocals, a unique situation. There's a couple sends and stuff, but like I said, we don't have to worry about all this. No need to worry about it because it comes with it anyway. Because as I move this level, it's going to send more level here or less, depending on how I move it, which is moving this, essentially. So we're all good. We're Groovy Tuesday. It's, by the way, it is Tuesday by me. I don't know what day it is over there, but we're East Coast, 5:32 a.m. East Coast. Shout it out if you're overseas or whatnot. I'm curious where you guys are at. Who's overseas? Who's overseas? Who's overseas? All right, Vogue VCA. Flavor Flav VCA. Now, the flavor is just flavor craziness on the vocal track. Now, I already did some of this last time, and this song has a lot going on. It has these harmonic guitar things. It's got enough where it's not calling my name to be like, hey, put a ton of flavor in this track. So the flavor that exists might be enough. Maybe it'll need one more spot of something, but maybe not. So Flav VCA. So that goes into its own flav, and then there's no reason to have an eighth for me. Now you could say, well, since you have like an extra spot, couldn't you separate, let's say, the acoustic guitars from the electric guitars? You could, but then it makes your life a little harder, because if you like that blend I was describing, if that's important to you between the acoustic and the distorted guitars, every time you bump the distorted guitars up, you don't want to have to touch the acoustic fader and move it also. You want it to kind of come with it. So because of that, I'm going to leave this one just blank, and we're going to not send nothing there. So we're going to have a 7 fader jam today. 7 fader jam. 7-minute amps. And once we do that, we come down here, and you could tell you've done it right if when you look at this jam right here, you see kick VCA, snare VCA, drums VCA. So they should match. If you didn't dump the stuff into here like I did above, it won't say where it's supposed to go. Once you've dumped the stuff, you could actually ungroup everything, and it doesn't matter. I do it that way, so I'll have a group if I do want to go up and edit, have everything grouped, but I really do the group for the VCA part. But you really technically, you don't need them to be grouped. So I ungroup afterwards, just so in case I hit it like an EQ or something, I don't automatically move a bunch of them if there's globals grouped accidentally or something. I just like ungroup stuff afterwards and then put it back on if you need it. It'll save you time and crazy mistakes. So Let us go to touch. Shift, option, touch. Touch is what you want if you're already starting from a place where the balance is good. And what I'm saying is, don't automate until you like the balance, because then you can start at 0 dB, and however you move it, you'll have 12 dB of headroom if you want, and that's assuming all your tracks don't go over 0. And I do this all on purpose. Like, if we were to look at these tracks, nothing is above 0. Call that what you will, OCD or whatever, but for me, it's just makes sense. I just call it makes sense. Oh, what's up? We got ish102_TV, Brooklyn. Awesome. That's I don't know if you knew this, but I lived in New York for a really long time. And the studio that we recorded this in was in Brooklyn. It was right under the BQE, like 2nd Ave and 15th or something. It was a convenient meeting ground between my bass player and drummer. When I rented the place, my bass player and drummer both were in Bay Ridge, and I was in Manhattan, and getting to this spot was like a common meeting ground. It was kind of doable. It was also like one of the only places like this we knew that was a rehearsal space that we turned into, our own private studio, everything. Private's a bad word. It was a sardine can type of building with, probably 10 bands on our side of the hallway. The other side of the hallway was like another 10 bands in 10 different rooms, like, 10 rooms on each side of the hallway. And the place was this giant tuna can factory for bands to play, essentially. I mean, it was just, we were all sardine cans in there. So let us keep it moving here. Kaylin in Illinois, nice. It depends. It depends. One day I read that Prince always would go into the studio at ridiculous hours, and I was like, I like that. It makes so much sense to me. I could never seem to work normal hours. Like, I like the weird hours when other people aren't awake. There's something about the night that makes me more creative. So when everyone's asleep, or like the weird hours of the morning, little interesting. I know it smelled crazy over there. Yeah, is that because I called it a tuna factory? Yeah, no, it wasn't really a tuna factory, but it did smell crazy over there. All the sanitation trucks used to live like across the street, kind of like, pretty close. I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe that's that's the home base for the sanitation trucks. I don't know. There's a bunch of off to the side over there. But yeah, I miss that place sometimes because so much stuff I did was recorded there. All right, so let's get back to business here. A little interesting in San Francisco. That's awesome. Yup. Well, the other thing is, every time you have a bunch of bands, it's going to smell funky because by nature, bands aren't all girls, and girls smell better than guys. So what are we like? That's what the deal is, I'll never forget. I was in a buddy's studio, and he could tell when a girl was in a band because he's like, I smell woman, because it's never smelled like women in there. So it's like obvious. But yeah, it smelled like you would expect it to smell in that giant building. But yeah, it wasn't actually that big a building. It was one floor, but it was perfect for what they set it up right. Like, they set it up right. Nobody ever had a problem. It was actually relatively like safe. You can come and go at any hour you want. And they had a vending machine with they had a vending machine with Coors in it, like Coors Light in the vending machine. I don't know if they probably still don't, but they did. It was awesome. All right, let's pop in another angle so you guys can see what I'm dealing with here. You got that fader section over there, right? I'm going to make it alive. All right, faders are live. And then we got the close-up for all those who want to see the hands-on faders. We could make a run of that real quick. Let's take a little pass of hands-on faders and see what happens as we do. You know, before I do that, I don't want to give everybody the goose, but there's something I wanted to look at first, is this kick drum. Like, I could feel the cymbals coming off that kick drum. Like, I might need to gate it way more severely than I've gated it, because I can almost feel there's cymbals in that mic. And that's a function of bad mic placement. You hear those cymbals in there? That's actually contributing to some of our low end, not our low end, it's contributing to our cymbals being a little bit aggressive. I feel like if I got rid of that, they would instantly sound tamer. So, you know, be aware of what's bleeding into what, especially after you've compressed, after you've, you know, maybe used a clipper. Different things are going to bring it up. So if you've compressed, like I've done on the Vision strip here, I might need to more aggressively gate this thing. And we could do this several ways. Let's see. It looks like there's already some gating going on here. Is there gating going on here? No. So we'll use this one just because it's already dialed in. And that way I know when I pop this on and off, it's like a before and after. We'll use the gate on the Vision. But my other favorite gate ever is the Black Salt Audio silencer. So that's its own fun gate. Let's run.
Of your hand goes and crushes your face. The neighbor calls the police.
The gate is one of the only things I do in solo. You know, if I go to solo, it might be to address a problem that I'm hearing, like a weird frequency. But if I'm trying to set a gate, it's harder to do that when the music's playing. But it's not like a bad move to do everything while the music's playing and not in solo. Some people do that. But when I do hit the solo button, it's often to see how much cymbal I'm letting through. You don't have to choke it as much as you think. I think some people want it to be really crispy, totally no cymbal at all. I don't think that's necessary. You just have to make sure it's like gets very low. It could start farting a little here and there. You're never going to hear that. It's just going to blend in with the track. If it like a little sneaks in, that's okay.
Of your hand goes and crushes your face. The neighbor calls the police. They take you away, 'cause there's no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know.
Also, keep in mind, every compressor has a flavor, and the APIs is particularly aggressive. And they have those cool attacks, slow, medium, fast. Like, just, I love the sound of API compression. API 2500 is a great bus compressor, and the Vision channel strip is really good on anything. You know, my favorite stuff to use is definitely, I'm curious what your guys' favorite channel strips are, but if we're talking channel strip only, that sort of rules out Neve, right? I don't know. It might not rule out Neve if I don't even know. Do I have like an 88R channel strip or something? Like, do I even have that? I don't even know. Never used it if I do. I don't even know. Looks like I've got maybe something. We'll see. Let's see. Well, look at that. Who knew? Who knew? I've never reached for this. Ever. You know, the reason I've never reached for it is because I always sort of had some weird aversion to that console. I don't know. Like, I know some people love it. They swear by it and stuff. But, you know, my favorite Neve stuff is prior to that, obviously, is the 1081s, the 1073s, 1084. But for EQing, the 1081, because of the extra band, you know, 1084s are great because they're class A and you get a little more flexibility than the 1073. But the 1073 is the classic. You know, that's sort of my favorites. You know, and even the Bob Clearmountain Neve one is pretty cool. But I just something about that. I don't know. The 88R always kind of struck me as like, I don't know if I love that as much as like I love a Vision channel strip. I don't know. Tell you that. I don't know. What's your favorite stuff? I would say the Metric Halo channel strip's one of my favorites. The SSL stuff like 4KB or G, and then the Vision. Those are probably my favorite channel strips. Am I forgetting anything, GDP? Anything I pull up all the time that I'm forgetting about as a channel strip? I don't think so. And I consider a channel strip, it has to have compression on it. It has to have a gating function on it, which definitely like limits the game a lot, but that's kind of how I view channel strips. That kick drum's punching better now, and it's also a side benefit. It's just not bleeding cymbals all over the place. You know? That snare doesn't sound that great in solo, but it's a perfect example. Like, don't solo stuff. Like in the verse, I love the snare sound. That cuts down the trees. That's taking our shade away. And it's the snare and the triggered snare, the two together, and the verb. So it's like three different things giving us snare sound, and a lot of length on the trigger. If I were to play that track, you're barely, I mean, it's negative 27 dB. So it's 17.7 dB lower than the track, which is a lot, right? But when they're together, it just gives you length on the back side of it. And maybe a little attack in the front, but it's mainly length because we're getting a lot of attack on the track. And then the snare verb itself has like a lexicon on it. Some, you know, just don't even mind the settings. I have fat snare plate, and then I probably tweaked it a bit. Maybe, you know. It's not, I wouldn't say any of it's critically important. I just usually will change presets till I get something close and then manipulate from there, because it gives you a good starting point, you know? When it comes to effects like verb, delay, like, why not do that? Just got to have a good starting point and then refine. That's how I look at it. But when it comes to channel strip or like EQ, compression, you got to set that by hand. You never see me pull up a setting unless it's a weird compressor. Like Wolf Comp has kind of so many controls under the hood that sometimes it's easier just to pull up Wolf Comp and flip through until you get like dangerous attack and then tweak from there, you know. or the slam setting and then tweak from there. Like, depends on the compressor. The straightforward stuff, never would use a preset ever, because it's too easy. It's like, well, how are you going to use a preset on a 2A? There's 2 knobs. Like, what are we talking about, guys? On a 76, there's 4 knobs. Like, big deal. You know what I'm saying? Piece of cake. Listen how that sample sounds terrible, but it sounds so good together.
The trees that's taking our shade away.
Now in the chorus, I may do a little love on I'm about to automate stuff a little, but before I do, I actually made a video on this today about how like automation moves on a mix bus can be hugely helpful for getting extra level out of stuff. But on a snare verb, once you notice the guitar arrangement is so different in the verse compared to the chorus. The chorus, the air is being eaten up, so you lose the length of the snare. You lose some depth on the snare. I may actually put it there by taking the volume on the snare trigger and potentially the volume on the snare verb and turning both of those up. Not the snare itself, but just these, just to give us more length so it doesn't sound so small in the chorus, this part. Nope, sorry, that's the verse. I want to find the changeover and put a marker. Up here is your markers. I recommend everybody go through, mark the song. Sometimes for speed, I don't do it, but then it bites me later, like now. And just hit the down arrow to mark it on the beat. Like, play the drums on your down arrow. Down arrow will mark the arrow on the screen. And then you can, type in whatever this is, verse 2. And that should be right on that beat now because I down arrowed it. Let's see if I missed anything. The company I work for is over there. Nice-ish. That's awesome, man. That's just that area is cool. Like, I like that area a lot. There was a pizza place over there too. I don't know if it's still there, of course, but everything changed hands all over the place. But like that, we had just a lot by us. I used to walk to get food when we were starving. Like, we record like crazy hours, and then as soon as the place would open up, I could walk to get food. It was so quick and easy, and just all the necessities. It's like some bodegas around the corner too. Solid. It was Pongmaster 123. What's poppin'? With the old school gymnasium greeting with the "Hey ladies, hey ladies, get funky." Great song. That's a great song right there. Beastie Boys are on my list 3 times for like some of my favorite albums of all time. They have 3 albums on there: Paul's Boutique, Ill Communication, License to Ill, and you could maybe take off Ill Communication and put on Check Your Head, because those, like, I probably like Check Your Head more. If I was desert islanding it, I'd probably say Check Your Head. Paul's Boutique's the favorite, no matter what, 100%. And if anybody doesn't know Paul's Boutique, that's their masterpiece as far as I'm concerned. It has the best samples, all the stuff I listen to. It's like Zeppelin, Curtis Mayfield. Like, they're rapping over the coolest stuff as far as I'm concerned. The Beatles. That's by far the best Beastie Boys album, Paul's Boutique. And I'll put it up against any of their other albums as the best for sure. But License to Ill is their, like, the first, the one that really broke them out. So maybe that one. But Check Your Head is like the most funky. They're like a jam band on Check Your Head. So I don't know. All that stuff I have deep memories with that I can't ever let go of. Oh, here we go. Niles. What's going on, Niles? Niles dropping the Shep's Omni channel. The Shep's Omni channel is a rocket ship disguised as a plugin. You have to have a library card, and I don't know what you need a degree in rocket science You need to be able to fly a plane. So GDP probably loves that plug. We actually talk about that sometimes, how that plugin is, it gives us both headaches because there's just too many choices. That plugin is insane. How every band can be everything, like, it's insane. I do like it, though, but it's so easy to, like, fall off the deep end with it. It's like, are we even mixing, or are we now flying a rocket ship? I'm not sure, but we can move everything around. Like, it's just super flex. Oh, Nightbot, eh? There you go, Command Discord. Uncle Rick uses a grabber. Little Interesting, I missed this comment, but it's hilarious. Dude, Little Interesting wrote, dude, band guys smell like unwiped beep. This is the life we chose. It's true. It's true. It's true. It's true. It's just part of it. I think that's why, like, you know, touring and stuff, anybody who's spent any time, like, traveling around in a van with other bandmates, like, there should be medals given out for that kind of stuff, man, because that could be really rough. You know, that could be really rough. I bet you all you guys have stories. Everybody's like, that could be rough, man. A little interesting in San Francisco. Nice, man. That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. I'm flipping. So I have another monitor now. So I'm able to, like, see stuff on my left over here. I'm able to see all sorts of stuff. Yeah, GDP's commander-in-chief, Nightbot, is just is the pawn. We have a pawn doing our bidding. That's what the AI should be used for. It should be doing your bidding. It should be, you pawn it up. That's what it is.
You know they don't.
All right, so I gotta find what number. All right, that's number 3, and then this is number 4. So the decimal points is gonna be helpful for you because there's a number every time you create a marker. There's a number. Just note that number. See how it says number 5? If I were to create a marker right there, because you do the period, decimal point, period, whatever, but it's got to be in the number section, I noticed. I don't think this works on keyboards that don't have a number section. I tried it once, and I was just, maybe I don't have, I didn't have a setting right on something with that keyboard, but it just wouldn't work with the top jam. It would not work. So I'm going to raise this, like, I don't even know, 3 dB. We need some more air, or at least we're going to test it and see if it works. And we'll do this one the same, about 3 dB, 3.5. So you heard how obvious it was when it was too much. So maybe not, we'll go 7 dB on this one. Let's see. I'm debating doing a little cymbal gutlery. Just going to take like 4 dB off And like I have an overhead group, so if I were to have selected that, it would move them both. But in the interest of it taking 2 seconds anyway, I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna move them twice. Sue me.
Should we? Why should I care? Why should I care? Why should we?
So I'm taking a ton of the top up, right? But I'm taking down 5K because it's a little painful. But the problem is, and this is the give and take, it's just always a give and take with stuff that we do. I like that shiny bright on top, and I want to make the symbols a little less annoying. I hate symbols. That's the problem. What's the problem? He hates symbols. That's the problem. So I always take away like 6K, and I'm already doing that, but I wanted to take more away just now.
Why should I care? Why should I care? Why should we? Why should I
And this is a weird situation where I may automate that on and off because the verses sound okay like this. It's not like I don't like them, but they were not painful. It's only when he's doing this crashy part that it bugs me.
The slap of your hand goes and crushes your face. The neighbor calls the police. They take you away, 'cause there's no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor.
We got to make this flavor track louder because I didn't hear it. It's doing this cool weird thing, and I was like, where did it go? And I'm making it louder right on the clip. Just don't do this 100 different ways to Sunday because each one of these is a different volume. That's how you do flavor. As far as I'm concerned, that's the only way to do flavor. You make them all whatever volume they need to be because you're processing them all different. So why they're not going to be the same volume. They're all going to be different. So you keep this at some number, whatever works, and you deal with the rest on the clips.
Slap of your hand goes and crushes your face. The neighbor calls the police. They take you away, 'cause there's no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. Policy. Blood from the policy. Blood policy.
It just sounds a little late. Move it slightly earlier. Never set it to the grid. Just place it by hand.
Policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here.
Guess what time it is? Automation station, just like we did here. I think it was 7 dB. Having a good memory helps. Let's see. It doesn't really matter if it was exactly the same. Negative 20.9, negative 20.2. I'll take it. It's good enough for me. It's close enough for funk. I don't remember what this was. I was like hitting a bunch of dots just now trying to figure out what number it was. Couldn't figure it out. Doesn't matter. We'll just juice the goose this way. What did I do here? Like 3-3? I think I did that on this verb. Let's see. 2-6. 2-6. Yeah, all right, let's do it. Let's hear that fill there. That sounded weird to me. Yeah, it's right. It's just not, it's not like loud enough. Let's do it on the clip level also. Let's leave that volume where it is. Let's just juice the goose more here. Juicing it. And you don't have to worry about this thing cutting off short. It's a sample. It's not cut there. It's a sample. The sample plays like a plug-in. Like, you know how you have a reverb on a vocal and your vocal you could cut a little spot of vocal, but that reverb tail is not going to abide by that, which is why I never do effects like flavor tracks with plugins. I do it in Audio Suite and I commit them. You know, so it's plugins, but it's not on the tracks. I'm saying I don't use inserts to do the flavor because you can't control the tails. You can't control the tails. So to control the tails, you do it in Audio Suite, and then you can just fold it and bend it and fade it and push it and do whatever you need to do. See what I'm saying? Listen to how long that fade is, like the ring of that tom is. It's forever. It just never ends. And sometimes if the toms aren't cutting enough for me, I mean, maybe I'll just add this. I usually don't mess with sample sounds that much, typically. But sometimes, atypically, I will, all right? Now, why would I do it? Because I like Little Radiator and what it does, and I like the regular Radiator. I like all the Radiator. I like every Sound Toys plugin there is. GDP, put it on the list. I got to do a mix using only Sound Toys plugins, for better or worse. And then also on the list, another Pultec only mix. I mix using only Pultecs. Pultec EQs, 2 of them, because there's the MEQ5 that people sleep on, and I find it to be the best EQ of all time. If you're not doing things like kick, bass, those. I mean, you could EQ those with that too, but I'm saying is people sleep on that. There, everybody's about the 1A, EQP 1A. Everybody Pultec style. Everybody. Very few people will pull up the MEQ5, but when they do, you know who's coming. That's what's up. Those things sound amazing. So yeah, I like doing a mix with just Pultecs because that's why there's on our Discord there's a picture that GDP made of me mixing with only Pultecs, and it takes up. Picture how big a console that would be. He did it with AI. You know, the dude's thorough with that. But what I'm saying is a console that had only Pultecs would take up Grand Central Station. So that's where it's set. The photo's set at Grand Central Station. Me mixing on Pultecs. And it would take up the whole place. That's what would happen. 100%. I think we all know it. And it's funny, for this task that I'm doing right now, either the Radiator or the Pultec would work because they're both like low-end monsters. So when these toms hit, it's like, how thunderous do we want to make them? Let's find out. Let's find out. A wahan, a tuhu, a 3. A 3. That commercial will be burned in my head forever. Forever. Just like the words forever. It will be burned in there forever. We're just going to crank the juice on this thing. We want noisy, never clean. Always noisy. And probably mic too, just to make it I mean, listen to that. Hear that hiss? That hiss might be annoying, so I might not do it. Typically, you got to use a noise gate in combination with this if you decide to make it as much of a radiator as it could possibly be. The thing kicks heat. Let's just put it that way. You could heat a whole house with this thing. I just hear more of it now, and we're just gonna do the same thing here. Now, I'm not. This ain't super scientific. We're just juicing it up with a saturator. That's what we're doing. Juicing. Maybe more input. Same with this. Maybe we'll juice the input goose. Let's go. Yeah, sometimes I just crank. Now these things stick out. Now, it's not a bad thing that they stick out. I may just have to lower the output a little because they're louder and more, like, saturation means louder. All right? As a definition, when you saturate something, you make it longer, you make it take up more space, it occupies more harmonic content, therefore it gets louder feeling, even if the peak level isn't as loud. So, big rule of thumb there is you could actually make the peak level lower, but the RMS level will be louder. The thing will feel bigger and sound bigger, and the peak level won't be as hot. So it's really just cutting the transient down and making it longer with saturation. Like, that's the move. Now these cymbals are world beaters. I mean, cymbals, not cymbals. The toms are world beaters, which I like. They're just awesome. And so, like, don't be afraid. I guess I should phrase this multi-ways, right? One is, if your samples are good enough, they sound great. But a lot of times the sample needs a little more push if it's in a song that's very saturated or dense. Like, you got a lot of guitars. To me, that means density, which means we might have to do a little extra work to get those toms to stick out. This is the same thing I would do if I had closed tom mics. It's not like, totally unique. The only difference is I might have to hit those with an EQ if they were closed tom mics, a channel strip to gate them, to get rid of cymbals and stuff, so it's just the toms, and then potentially, boost the lows 60, 100, crank that, maybe lower the mid-range to kind of do that middle scoop. I don't like leaving the middle in the toms because then you get this very, like, boxy tom sound, so you need a tack on the top, which could be anywhere from like 1K and up, but you don't always need all that middle. So sometimes you get rid of the middle, not all of it, but a bunch, and then the toms should sweeten up a little bit on you.
The slap of your hand, the slap of your hand goes and crushes your face. The neighbor calls the police, they take you away. The neighbor calls the police, they take the police, they take you away, cause they're no time.
I was just listening to that word police.
The neighbor calls the police.
It sounds crazy, but a lot of times a little, if you hear a plosive, this isn't a good example necessarily, but if you hear a plosive, just a little adjustment to the front of wherever the plosive is. Like, let's say it's in the middle, not even the front of the word. Sometimes it's, if it's a word that starts with a P, like Paul, Park, Parents, I do that for a test sometimes to determine how close I am to the mic and whether it's, like, going to be annoying or not. The plosive test. But pretty much any mic, if you get super directional with the capsule, you're right in its face and you're giving it a some sort of word that has like a buh or a p, or certain words are really bad, it has no choice but to sound bad. Like a little off axis is good. Like this mic is down facing up, but sometimes when I get tired and I lean into it, like there's no way around it. If your mouth's right in the mic shooting air at the capsule, it's going to sound bad. With a singer, you have to be aware of this. And when you're tracking, don't let them take a mic like straight up. A lot of times, a little angle is helpful. Like I like to tip the mic so that they're slightly off axis from the capsule, not just flat, right? Air at it flat. I like to angle it a little bit. It's helpful. And usually I don't angle it upwards. I usually angle it downwards a little bit. Like, if the mic's in front of you like this, tip it back. Don't tip it like this. Tip it like that. Just a little bit.
Police.
Let's find police. The plosive's here somewhere. Yeah, so you could even go more aggressive with it. Command click, give yourself another dot, and then just, dot up. I don't even think this is necessary. I just that's what I would do. I would move the dot around until the plosive disappeared. If you basically put a break where the plosive is and do like a little crossfade, like a fade on each side, you could remove a plosive with just a break and a crossfade. Or if you don't like the crossfade, do just a fade in and a fade out if the crossfade doesn't work. But that's the idea. You could take a track wherever your plosive is and kind of find wherever that annoying part is. You could use the scrubber tool that I never use, but you come in here. You find like where that plosive is. I never use the scrubber. I'll highlight and hit play to figure out where moments are. Scrubber's from an ancient time. So like if I determine it's here, right, I could break the clip right here. I could fade in and then just get that thing out of the way of that plosive. Just a good fade will get you out of a plosive every time. See, it's more manageable. It wasn't even bad to start with, but I just want to kind of illustrate a point. There's always going to be an issue like that. Singers move. They don't get the concept. They eat the mic, all sorts of stuff.
The police, they take you away, 'cause there are no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. They won't let you.
What's poppin', Mr. Psychotronic? How you doing in there? And we got somebody else I haven't seen yet. That's awesome. We got what is that? Like Isaac Adez Musics. Awesome. I'll get it. Isaac Adez. No. Isaac Odds Music C. Isaac God's Music C. Oh, why didn't you say so? It's Isaac God's Music C. What's poppin', dude? Yeah, do I have mix bus processing? Yes, I've got. So last stream, if you didn't catch it, it's all the streams get saved. So you can see how we got exactly to this point in the mix. I'm running everything from the mix into a 3348 tape. And I started with the Mix Bus Magic preset and just tweaked a little bit from there. Mostly the output, just brought it way down because I wanted it to be relatively close for a comparison on-off. That's usually what I do. I'm not going for volume on the master early on. Like the way my chain works, the master fader feeds into the mix bus. The master fader ain't last. So when I take this on and off, the volume coming into the mix bus is usually very modest. It's low. It's not super loud. And the reasoning is I feel like plugins work better when you don't hit them with crazy amounts of level. You can make up the level on your mix bus. And that's usually what I do. I regain a lot of level with the McDSP ML4000 and with the Oxford Inflator, but I'm conservative to that point. So I've got the 3348 tape into the sidecar, and the sidecar is on the ratio A. And this is another one where at some point I liked that preset, and then I just tweak from there. I'm not sure how close it is to the preset now. It's probably very far away, to be honest, because if I'm not mistaken, the compressor is like non-active on that setting anyway. You have to like dial it for your song. I usually like anywhere from 2 to 3 dB of gain reduction. It's interesting when you go on this plugin beyond that, it still sounds really good. And I've never really done it. Like it's hard to get 4 dB of compression on here. Like you have to work for it. You really have to crunch the threshold down, and then things start to lose a little life for me. So I think the sweet spot on this plugin, for me personally anyway, is between like 1.5 and 3 dB at most. Like 1.5 most of the time. Let's see where it sits.
The police, they take you away, 'cause there's no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor.
Yeah, so I never really, maybe in the loud parts of the song. Let's look at a loud part. Yeah, I don't even think it hit 3 dB ever. So it's a really amazing. This is one of my favorite mix bus plugins, and I'll tell you the truth. It's not that you can't get stuff to sound really good without this. It's that this for me is the easiest way to do it. Without that, I need to use like 3 different plugins to get kind of close. 2 will get me like just a good EQ and a good compressor does a lot to get kind of close, but there's also this kind of subtle depth thing happening that you might need another something to give you more of that. And then, just the EQ, the EQ itself is just perfect for what I need for a mix bus. I love the multiplier, the fact that you can make this, 4 dB looks like 4 dB, or you can make it like I do on half it. The multiplier divides by 2, so this is essentially 2 dB. So everything has now 1 dB increments. You can even go less than that and make it a quarter of 1, 0.25 multiplier. Pretty amazing. It's just really well designed, well thought out. I really like it. Even the 2 different ratios, really cool how I don't even know what they are. It doesn't even matter. You have your attack and release dials. Like it's sweet. That you have your filters, and if I'm not mistaken, it's EQ into filters into compression. It's the way it looks. So it goes this way. That's the routing of it. So the filters after the EQ is a very cool move on a mix bus compressor. The whole thing's great. I love it. And then 2-channel, 8-channel, like I usually leave it on the floppy-eared dog instead. Atticus, he's the man. I leave it on that. He's chiller. If the other one's a little crazier, so probably has something to do with what it does to the sound. And I leave it on 8-channel because, more channels is better. Everybody knows that, of course. 8-channel is better than 2-channel, of course. What are we dealing with here? Obvious. Line amp on, bada bing. And so that's how we do. But I'm just bringing up the top, 20K, 8K boost, 150 down a little bit to get rid of some of that middle. Only 2 dB though, like it's not a whole lot up down, but it's a little bit. And then a little bit of boost above, something I realized a long time ago, I can't remember when, was I always add a lot of 60 hertz to my kick. It's like a habit, and I love doing it. I love the way the kick feels when I boost a ton of low end on it. So I don't need to do that on my mix bus. When I boost the way I like to mix, and then I put a mix bus compressor on or something, and then or an EQ like Pultec, and I set it at 60, there's always too much low end in every mix. Like the kick feels like a thunderstorm, and everything else feels less. So what I realized is just take it up. Take the low end boost that I like up to the low mids. So around this, whatever this is, I can't even read it so far away. Was it 200? I think it's 200. Is that 200? It might be 230. I don't know. It's 2 something. I'm boosting a dB, like not a whole lot, but just instead of boosting down low, I found that that's helpful. People grow out of different things. I used to always put like the kick drum was always way loud in a lot of my mixes, but I like loud kick drums. So you fight that over time, and then you get to the place where you're like, well, there's just no reason for me to add it on my mix bus. That's what I should do. Just do everything else and don't add 60 hertz on the mix bus. And then that's also why when I use a Studer plugin like Studer A800, it usually doesn't work for me unless I put it on at the very beginning when I'm mixing, like the first thing. it doesn't work. And that's not what I do. I usually put these plugins on late. And then in McDSP, there's a stereo imager that pops on here and there. And this is mainly for the compression function. Like that's, it's a limiter, but it's also, I like the way the compression sounds on here. It just makes, it has a lot of flavor, that plugin, and it really tucks in the low mids. A little bit of a smiley face going on here. Like I'm boosting the lows 1.65, taking down negative 0.5, boosting a little bit in the mids, 0.5, 1.4. It's just what's working on this song. I usually make sure halfway. The first marker is 6, so I'm here usually, like 3 dB. And I'm going to take down those toms just a smidge while I'm thinking about it. And then there's an inflator before I disappear from here. Inflator. Doing very little. So yeah, that's my mix bus processing. And I turn this on at the end of the last mix. And in this one, there's no magic settings. I move it around until it works for me. I never use it on 100% if I was going to say most of the time. Never on 100. I might start with it up there or check it up there at some point, but I'm always feeling like it's the sun. Super fiery. So I just lower the effect a lot until I'm happy. And the same with the curve. A lot of times I'm below this, whatever this arrow in the middle is, I'm like down here. Even with the effect, a lot of times I'm further than halfway down. Depends on what stage you turn it on while you're mixing. And I turn it on relatively late. Like I usually get fairly happy and then I turn that on. And I think that's important. Everybody does stuff different, but to me that's very important. To get kind of happy before you turn stuff on is critical as far as I'm concerned. Because otherwise you wind up fighting yourself. So let's see what else, if I missed anything in the chat here. Oh, here we go. I missed this. Niall said, don't tell anybody, but Paul's Boutique is really Dust Brothers masterwork. I believe it. That's why they say, 'cause I'm on that dust. That's why they say that, right? Makes sense. But what an amazing album. I should do some research in that, the Dust Brothers. I'm not really familiar with the Dust Brothers, but that's my favorite album by them. So maybe there's something that you just taught me that I need to know. Sounds like it. Tell me what I need to know. Alex Christoph drums. Uncle Rick uses a grabber to reach for things out of range. I switched snare heads today, and it feels like I bought a new amp. That's how it feels. Always switch your drum heads when you record. I can't tell you what they feel like, explosive when you change them, and when you don't, they just don't. They sound soft. They sound super soft when you don't change them. Kalen Rowe would love to stay around, but he needs to try to get some sleep. We would go to sleep, my dude. Do your thing, It's one of my buddies tomorrow. And do the hot ones challenge. What? Going to my buddies tomorrow and do the hot ones sauce challenge, dude. I'm a hot sauce fan. That's awesome. Do that. Hope that goes well, bro. Win that. Remember, it's all in your head. There is no pain. There is only flavor. Alex Christoph drums. He's coming back in an hour. Mix like Uncle Rick is watching. Yep, that's the way to go. 2 bus processing. Yep, I just hit that one. EQ straight to the list. EQ, thanks, GDP. I appreciate that. Niles wrote, I'm in love with the Devilock these days. So good on drum loops. The Devilock's amazing. It's one of my favorite plugins. Mr. Psychotronic. Oh, damn, another stream. Yup. We are in 4K, my dude. We are in 4K. This is our first 4K stream ever, and I dropped my first 4K video today after making videos for approximately 2 years. I made my first 4K video today. Pretty crazy. And this is our first 4K stream. And I didn't know it would be a lie if I didn't tell you that all yesterday me and GDP weren't trying to get this to work, but it wasn't his fault. It was part of switching to 4K is you have to resize everything you have going in like the windows that you guys see and stuff. It's absolutely insane. It was a disaster and a half, but we're back. It literally took like 8 hours. I'm not even kidding. Literally took 8 hours. Crazy, but yeah. Yeah, we got all sorts of stuff, Mr. Psychotronic. I've been auditioning, Niles wrote, I've been auditioning master compressors for hours. I love master compressors. I have a pretty good solid camera over here. Like this, the camera is actually been the same for a while. I was misled at some point in my life by somebody telling me like you don't need 4K to do, to do talking head stuff or to do what I'm doing. Like you don't need 4K. So my camera was always more than capable. The capture card is the answer. I may make a video about this because nobody really, I don't know if how many people understand this, but the capture, any bottleneck in the chain, just like with audio, is going to be your problem when you're trying to capture good video. The capture card was handicapping me at 1080-60. And the camera is a world beater. It's a pretty good camera. It's a C200 Canon. So I was trying to get everything to, it's not one of the new ones. It's one of the older ones, but it's still amazing. C200 is C200. And I was basically, as soon as we switched it, the difference was crazy. And I didn't know how crazy it would be, but it's absolutely pretty crazy. And it's worth it. And don't listen to anybody who tells you, like, if you're, just for YouTube streaming or whatever, you don't need 4K. Like, it's a lie. It's nonsense. They're wrong. But there's all sorts of information out there that's false. I fell victim to that for a long time. To the point where my whole setup was like that. It would have been so hard to change it, and it was, but it was worth it. I'm happy I did. I'm very happy I did. I'm lowering that radiator. That was a little, just the toms are a little bit hot now, so I'm lowering them now that they're so juicy. Yeah, there's tons of cheap capture cards. Don't buy them. Buy only, like, as far as I'm concerned, that was a piece of advice I got that was good, which is the capture card, should be a good capture card because you need that to be reliable and not have crazy lag, or at least be predictable with its lag and stuff. So you need a good capture card. But yeah, you got to get the stuff that just works. That's absolutely right, man. Mr. Psychotronic, thanks for posting that cool tape video, by the way. Like, that's awesome. That's awesome. GDP was like, pretty sure he's on some no-fly list with that, with that awesome video, because there's just like it was a cool video on the Discord. You're the man. We gotta populate it with cool stuff like that. That was sick.
And staining all of your clothes, they won't let you go. They just wanna know why you're here. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why should we? Why should I care?
All right, we got to try a little automation station at the moment. Got to try something. This song is pretty loud. I may do something to bring it down a little because it's so loud. Like, at first blush, my gut's telling me, let's take the input of the inflator down, like, at least a dB, because it's super loud. And I know not a lot of people are going to tell you that, like, loud, being too loud is whatever. Like, everyone has their opinions. my opinions are loud, like over a certain point, is actually a negative. And there's moments towards the end of the song when everything's really crazy that I do feel like it's bordering there. If I left the mix like this, it'd be one thing, but I plan on doing some automation and like driving into stuff a little more, and it feels like it's a little hot for me.
The slap of your hand goes and crushes your face. The neighbor calls the police. They take you away, cause there's no tolerance policy.
I appreciate that, Mr. Psychotronic. You wrote, that's the idea I learned from you, so I share. You're the man, dude. It's a great, solid people over here, I got to tell you. Everybody's welcome to join our Discord. The link's in our description, and we threw it in the chat. And, you know, you got cool stuff, audio related, to post on there. It'll be like anything cool. Let me know. I don't care if you're changing a tube on a guitar amp or whatever it is. Audio is audio, man. I'm a guitarist. I actually love tube amps. I watch a lot of weird shorts on people like being scared to repair amps because there's a lot of juice in them. Like, be careful. So that's a thing. Watch out there. Mr. Psychotronic wrote, I'm right now servicing the pots of a studio project's Verb 1, 2 preamp, photo underscore. Nice, man. Yeah, crackly pots. One of the worst problems when buying older gear is like, you know, what is it? Replacing the capacitors. Like recapping is just, you buy a console, you're in for a lot of recapping if it's an old one, right? That's the deal. Because I like buying old used stuff, but that stuff does go over time. You know, I'm pretty lucky. Some of the stuff I have that's old has never had an issue, you know, so far. But I think over time, some of that stuff is just like prone to keep going, and some of it sort of self-destructs. You know, I've had people have kind of horror stories with some of their stuff because it just, the stuff like goes and then bleeds into other stuff, or I don't even know how. I didn't fully understand it. I've never built my own piece of gear. I've opened like the BAE thing, the 1073 up, and looked inside, taken a bunch of photos, tried to understand something, but I don't really know much. I can't build stuff. That's not what I do.
The slap of your hand goes and crushes your face. The neighbor calls the police. They take you away, cause there's no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know.
This bass player is so good. That's Paulie T from B, for anybody who's curious. The dude is a monster and a half. That's weird. It's boosting 10K by 2 dB. That might have been an accident because it's not actually doing anything. 10K is not even, I'm surprised I'm not rolling off 6K and up. Like, it's not actually doing anything. Let's see. This is another case of I got to make sure these are grouped so that I can actually apply one set of twists of knobs. How many freaking bass groups are there? That's the one we want. You know what? Just in case that some wackiness happened. I'm guilty of making multiple groups because I'm like trying to avoid some crazy like extra guitar being grouped in with this, and then I twist a knob and it all goes to nonsense. Bass group too. Like we're not, nobody's immune to craziness happening. C. Let's do it. So the globals is all that matters, man. Like you have to know when they're on or off, because if you group all your guitars together and they're globally grouped, and then that group is on and you twist the knob, you just change the EQ on every guitar. That could be what you want, but it also could be not what you want. Like in this case, if you want super wide, change the left and right side EQs. Don't make them the same. I preach that. That should go on a shirt. Never make your left and right side EQs the same when it's different performances. If you don't believe me, listen to any Stone Temple Pilots record that Brendan O'Brien worked on. The right guitar sounds nothing like the left guitar. Like just nothing like it. It's a different part, first of all, which helps a lot too. But even if it was a double, the right guitar is going to sound different than the left. Hopefully that doesn't bring up any noise. If you start getting noise, you got to use your gates to kind of tame that. Hopefully we'll be okay. I don't hear a bunch of you would see it too. You'd see the noise. If you bring up a ton of high end on the top of a bass, you could get some noise. Like basses are notoriously noisy, I think. It's also a symptom of the fact that we saturate the bass to make it cut through small speakers, and like I do that a lot, and in doing that, noise comes up. So you're doing noise coming up in every which way. You're compressing probably multiple times, saturating probably multiple times. You're EQing top end probably pretty hot, trying to get the definition to cut through. Like you're doing a lot, so... I may try something here, like these are very intentional moves. I hope that's something somebody can take from today's stream, is that if you make intentional moves, you're going to save yourself a lot of time in the long run, even if it's the wrong move. If it's intentional, that's a big step forward. So like, I don't make the move until I think in my head, what am I trying to do? And then almost like a game of pool, like where's the ball going to roll next if I do this? So trying to set up your next shot. So what I'm thinking about is if I take out low mids on this bass, it's probably going to make the bass sit a little better. That 150 thing I was hearing earlier, I could maybe solve that on the bass itself. But it also may do something else, which is bring something's going to fill that space once the bass gets out of it. And that may or may not be good, but we'll see. We'll address it when it happens. But like the guitars could come in and all of a sudden now be maybe too punchy or present, or the kick drum, like something is going to fill this space. It's not always predictable what it's going to be. It could be the low end of the vocal. Like there's going to be something that's going to fill this 150 as soon as I take this out, because everything is a push and pull in a mix. You take something out, now other things, like they're all fighting for space. They're like, let me in. So Pro MB. And I don't typically use multi-band on the bass, but in this case, it might be like the perfect answer to get rid of some of this 150.
take you away, 'cause there's no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why should we?
Just a little move. You know, you don't need to make huge moves when you're being intentional with it, unless it needs something crazy. But I like the bass sound. I liked where we were headed with it. It's just, I feel like I get more clarity out of the bass now that I've done that. Now, the other thing is expansion on the bass is a very interesting tool. We've got so much going on here that I'm not saying I actually need it. I probably don't. But I may experiment using it on the bus here instead of putting 3 instances on this track. I may just use it on the bus. And I could have done that with the Pro MB too. Like there's really no reason why I didn't do that. I'm just thinking, like, I'm going to get rid of this. This is just there for no reason. Like the Dolby A type. It's one of my favorites recently. Even on the mix bus, I've been liking this. I've been really enjoying this plugin on the mix bus lately. The expand function is kind of nice. The excite, the expand, a lot of different. The other thing that's interesting is there's a chalk mark where like there's like, I don't know, whoever modified this or whatever, it's like their suggested, jam. One of them says modified. Which one was it? That one. The Air one says modified. I found that interesting. But yeah, the whole thing's kind of cool. This is a great plugin. I mean, it's great because it's what I like out of a plugin. Not a whole lot to think about, but yet the sound is so drastically different. So, and you could dial it in as much of it as you want. It has like an amount and a mix. Super easy.
The grind of the chainsaw that cuts down the trees, that's taken our shade away and polluted our air. You know they don't have a care, so why should we? Why should I care? Why should I care? Why should we? Why should I care?
It's always amazing to me how the chalk lines actually work. Like, if you follow the chalk lines, it gets you close to something that doesn't suck pretty quick. It's very interesting how that works. Like, when you flip through these bands, and I haven't used this plugin as much as I probably should because it's that cool. I just haven't used it.
The grind of the chainsaw that cuts down the trees, that's taken our shade away and polluted our air. You know they don't have a care, so why should we? Why should I care? Why should I care? Why should we? Why should I The slap of your hand goes and crushes your face. The neighbor calls the police. They take you away, 'cause there's no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain.
I want to just check the low end on my little Bluetooth speaker here. Usually I would use headphones, but today I'm in a Bluetooth speaker kind of mood. So we're going with the Bluetooth.
chainsaw that cuts down the trees, that's taken our shade away and polluted our air. You know they don't have a care, so why should we? Why should I care? Why should I care? Why should we? Why should I care? The slap of your hand goes and crushes your face. The neighbor calls the police. They take you away, 'cause there's no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why should we care? Why should I
Starting to feel a little better. Planned obsolescence or design. What do we got? Oh, that video made GDP regret selling his 8-track Tascam. I don't know about you guys. Open Reel 20 years ago. Yeah, man. I went through a phase not long ago where I just was sort of obsessing over, do I want to use tape for stuff? I really went through this phase, and I don't know, man. It's so weird. It would be harder. Everything would be so much harder. And that's the weird thing about it is, I guess you should never sacrifice like a sound for something harder. You just shouldn't do that. But it's not only harder, but also more costly, and also like so few people can even, like, I guess in the mix process or mastering process, maybe it'd be okay. But there's a guy out in Seattle. I think he was in Seattle. And he used to master stuff for me years ago. And he had an ATR 102. And when an ATR 102 went up on Reverb not long ago, I noticed the name. And I was like, that's the same dude who mastered a bunch of my stuff. And he sold his ATR 102. And that's just the direction things are going. So it's just very telling, that I'm not saying there's plenty of people who still love tape. And of course, it's just, I feel like less and less and less. There's less and less of a demand for it all the time. Less and less people are going to know how to fix them. You need to live in a major city or somewhere that you can get it serviced. And if you don't, the tech is going to charge you an arm and a leg to get to you, or not just not come. So there's so many parts to that. But yeah, so a lot to it. I can understand the love for tape, though. I really do. And when you talk to guys who were from that era, they're sick of it. They're just like, no, I don't miss it at all. Some people will tell you it's great, it's amazing, of course, but then there's so many that are just like, nah. I think the romanticism that's built around tape is not what it's cracked up to be. Like, that's what they'll say. And I'm from a weird place, because when I was starting to record music, hardly anyone was using tape anymore. When they were recording to tape and dumping it into Pro Tools, but even that was getting phased out when I was starting to record music, essentially. And that was like, a lot of stuff like late 90s was in that zone, I'd say. It was in that weird kind of time where people were like still using tape for the main tracks, dumping it into Pro Tools and editing everything in there. So it was like a weird time. So when I started, like I have one reel of something I recorded to tape, and like that's it. I have one giant reel of it's the red tape too. What is it? It was probably recorded at 30 IPS, and it was the stuff it's whatever's on the Studer. I should just pull it up. It's this. So my brain can stop trying to figure it out. The GP9. I have a reel of GP9. That's what it is. But yeah, I have one reel of GP9 with audio on it that like I'll never hear ever again, probably, because I don't have a way to play it back. Planned obsolescence or designing something to break after 10 years used to be called the Sony timer in Japan during the 90s and 2000s. Any demo printed on that tape sounded great for some reason. Yep, that's interesting. That's interesting. And a lot of the Sony machines are cheaper, right? Like you could get Sony and those Atari machines. You can get like those relatively cheap, like $1,000, compared to what the ATR 102 costs is what I'm saying, compared to what a Studer costs.
The trees that's taking our shade away.
Yeah, I hear you. You just like the sound. I love the sound too. It's that super warm, gushy, like when it's done right, it's really right, man. It's very cool. I don't doubt it. And I was fascinated how like, the album color and shape, they really just Dave Grohl tried to handicap the mixer because they loved the sound of the production and everything so much that they were just like, don't use compression on this. So he just hit tape really, really, really hard for the tape compression, but he wasn't allowed to use like a compressor according to, him actually, not folklore, according to the dude who did it. But yeah, pretty cool. Because they were just stoked with the production, the way it came out. They were just like, nah. And if you listen to some of those drums, they're double tracked. Like, they're so cool. And for flavor, he would use like a Neve insert because you could saturate those and make those sound super cool. But he'd like he'd use that as an insert on his, I'm not sure. I think he used an SSL, and his inserts, he had like a Neve sidecar tied into inserts. So he could basically, have a Neve running in series with an SSL. But I think what he would probably have done is like not use the SSL strip, just use the Neve strip, and then slammed it like crazy. And then next to it, use an SSL strip to kind of do a weird parallel thing where he would have the SSL flavor on one channel, the Neve flavor on another channel, and blend the two together to kind of get whatever he was missing. That's how I understand it from listening to the interview. It was a great interview. That's how I understand it. That's just one of the coolest stories ever. Like the way it's tracked, double, one tight drum kit Dave played, and then he played in a parking garage that was super thunderous in terms of reverb. That's why the drums on My Hero sound so freaking good. I'll never forget that. The first time I heard that, I was like, what? What am I listening to? Why does this sound so good? Like, that song deserved to dominate MTV and like VH1 or wherever that thing was just played nonstop. It sort of deserved it. And it's funny, I never remember a video for Everlong, but I remember the My Hero video like crazy, but I don't remember Everlong ever having a video. I just remember Howard Stern recording him playing that on an acoustic, and it went huge, his acoustic version. Then later I found out about the electric version, I think. I can't remember. Something like that. The album was ridiculous. If anybody, back in the day, you'd buy an album, you'd listen to it through. By the time you got to Everlong, which was late on the album, you were like, this is such an amazing album. It's out of control. But the sonics of that album are amazing. And a lot of that's because they recorded it again. It was the second time. They had tracked that whole album. They basically retracked stuff because Dave thought they didn't get it. So they did it again. And that second time, everybody knew what they were playing. Dave played tons, like he played the guitars, of course, he played the drums, but like everybody knew it was going down. So it was easy to get it a second time. It was quick, it was fast. That's awesome, Niles. I got to check that out. Power Station was an amazing studio, so yeah. I love hearing Bob Clearmountain talk about Power Station. Some Like It Hot. That's what it's called. Cool. I got to check that out. They'd mic the drums in an empty 4-story elevator shaft. Wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Because high ceilings is the answer for great drum sounds, as far as I'm concerned. High ceilings. You could have a relatively small room, but really high ceilings does numbers, does worlds of difference. Mr. Psychotronic wrote, I don't use it for multi-tracking or mixing, just for the final print. The rest is just normal hybrid. Well, that conserves tape, so you don't have to buy as much of it. And, I'm sure you experiment, though, probably with printing hotter, maybe one, and then a little, like at least 2 versions probably, and then seeing which one you prefer. I would probably do that. I would print like one kind of conservative and one slammed or something, and then kind of see the difference, see which I liked, see which jumped out at me.
Cuts down the trees that's taken our shade away and polluted our air. They don't have a care, so why should we? Crushes your face. The neighbor calls the police. They take you away, cause there's no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. They won't let you go. They just wanna know. Down the trees that's taken our shade away and polluted our air. They don't have a care, so why should we? Why should I care? Why should I care? Why should we? Why should I
I've been listening on this little Bluetooth speaker for the last like 20 minutes, so I'm switching back now to the other jam. This is like my way to mix it up. I usually only use a Bluetooth speaker, ATCs, 2 sets of headphones. Like, I don't have a second set of speakers set up. I've got plenty. I just don't want to use another set of speakers. I feel like this is the move. Keep it simple. All right, let's move to a little bit of automation. It's about time we did that. Let's do it. We don't need that first lane. Automation is on touch. We're just going to run the song through. Let's turn up the juice. I don't know which one you guys want to see. You want to see the close up? Probably go close up. It's close up time. Extreme close up. Whoa, 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 whoa. What movie is that from? It's a water plug-in time. I'm doing the water plug-in. My bad. All right, time to boogie. Here we go. We try to get this in one pass, but it is what it is. It's. I don't know if it's ever happened in one pass. It's usually at least got to hit stop when you mess up, go back, do something again. So let me flip through. So I start it with kick on the top. Gotta do kick on the top. So it's always in the same place. So in other words, like memorize for me. If I need kick, it's first fader, snare second, drums third. So it's everything other than kick and snare. The fourth is bass, guitar, vocal VCA, and flavor. So it's just, you got your vocal here, your flavor here. Kick, snare, drums here, rest of the drums. So tom fills come up with this. You know, I want the room mics to come up. They're there. That's that fader. And a lot of times when the mix is already pretty solid, you don't have to hold these things. You just tap them. Like you keep your hand on it so it registers, and then you maybe push for the chorus. You let it go. So that's where we're at right now. Oh, we got B Blugger. Sounds awesome. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. We've been crack-a-lacking here. This is the stream 2 of this song, and you know we're wrapping this song up today. These are the last final moves. Are these kick VCA, like my whole automation? So let me run this real quick, and I don't know which one you guys want to see, but this is. I'll do a little of this, and then I'll flip it over to this view so you can see the lanes that have been written simultaneously. You know, you'll see what the little dots. I don't think the dots really show you much. That's the truth. The dots don't really tell the story. The hand movements tell the story. So let's go to the close angle. Bada bing. We got angles over here.
The crack of the hammer that buries the nail and seals the coffin that's buried in the sand, even though it don't make any sense. The grind of the chainsaw that cuts down the trees, that's taken our shade away and polluted our air. You know they don't have a care, so why should we? Why should I care? Why should I care? Why should we? Why should I The slap of your hand goes and crushes her face. The neighbor calls the police. They take you away, 'cause there are no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why should we? Why should I Why should I? Why should I
I actually learned what I want to do there. I'm going to bring the guitar down with the volume and then back up a little bit, down a little and back up. It's going to move with the volume. That's pretty much it. But I'm going to maybe ramp it up towards the end, but I'm already swooping it down. I'm going to keep swooping. Trippy ending, right? Super trippy. Nope. I should leave it where it is. What I'm going to probably do, don't worry about those growling ogres. They subside eventually, those growling ogres. Braxel, what's poppin', man? The aliens have landed indeed. They are doing their thing. The aliens, they've come to get us. The aliens have come to get us. Ooh. So I'm going to come in here. I'm going to take... I want to make the ending a little more interesting by taking... Like, it's already kind of weird and crazy, and the ships are flying. I think everybody's aware. But what else could we do? Maybe we could grab a vocal and randomly, sporadically throw it out here. And, we'll see what my processing power is like when it comes to Audio Suite at the moment. But let's start out. I'm hitting save just in case we lose everything in sight, which is always a possibility. I remember I'm supposed to hit this button up there. That's the focus whatchamahoosit when you want to edit something that's outside of the section. Score one for GDP in the touchdown zone. Touchdown. Goal. I was able to shut that galaxy off because I finally listened to what GDP's been saying for like the last couple weeks. He's like, yeah, if you push that button at the top, you can edit outside of the zone that you're in. Like, so that Galaxy Tape Echo doesn't have to follow you around with a freaking collar and just keep barking at you. I got you, bro. I finally understood. Only took a couple weeks. Nailed it. That thing is very helpful. That button up here, if you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, it's this button. Link timeline and edit selection. You unlink, and then all of a sudden you can be here even though the galaxy lives there. Usually I would edit where the galaxy was living, and it'd be like, oh, you want me to go woo the whole time you're editing? It's like, no, I don't want you to go woo. I don't want those ghost sounds. We're not in a haunted house. I'm trying to make music. Go away. I'll call you when I need you to show up. But the freaking, it just wouldn't go. Now you click that, you're in the game. You're in the game. And I don't know exactly what I'm doing yet. All I know is I just turned this backwards. I'm processing it backwards. I'm going to hit it with a little plate like you guys know. I feel like you're all back there. If you had little plate on your bingo cards, you would have gotten, paid just now. I'll tell you that much, because little plate, I think we all know little plate's the go-to. So it would surprise me if y'all didn't have it on your bingo cards. But I want something in this section. I haven't decided what yet, but at the moment, maybe this. Don't forget, you got to link that son of a... So you put it back on, and now you're back. It doesn't quite do it for me because it's just this weird shushing. It's just this like... Shoo-a-doo-shoo-shoo-shoo-shoo. That's a little better. Now we're talking. I don't know about you guys, but I actually like that. Like, it's interesting. At least it's noise. Like, I kind of like it. I don't hate it. I'm not hating on that crazy noise. What about you guys? Who's hating on the noise? Anybody? The little button on gold clip. The good old low pass filter on gold clip. Is it low pass or high pass? What is it? Can anybody see that button? Somebody give me a reading on what that button is. Is it low pass or high pass? I used it once. It worked for something. I don't remember exactly what, but I remember being happy about it. I remember being like, yes. So we're going to hit this a couple times. We're going to hit it with a little chorusy sound. We're going to flip it. You know, don't be afraid to be crazy. It's like, come up with a crazier wheelbarrow. You know what I'm saying? Who's got the craziest wheelbarrow? That's how I look at this. And since we've got this big extended part, let's put that here. Who's got the craziest wheelbarrow? Let's use this. Let's use a lot of it. Now let's hear it. Trippy. Maybe some... See, the crystallizer is so cool because it'll take it into this trippy realm real quick. Now it's Trippy City. And I'm going to draw, like I do, on our flavor tracks. You see our flavors below? Flavor savers. I'm going to come in here and draw a bit. Actually want to mark it first before it goes all nutty on me. All right, now I'm going to draw. Draw, shoo. Let's do the same thing again. Click it. 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 Front and back, you know. Bada bing. Now we're going to draw. 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 Let's see what happens with this. I'm going to use the lead vocal track too because there's no more lead vocal. So it's like, welcome to the party, pal. We're going to use this guy to also process what we want however we want it. So maybe like that and like that. Hit it with that and then maybe some of this. And then maybe some of this. And we got to delay this thing. Where's our delay at? We're using our crystallizer for a delay, I think. That'll work. Usually I pull up an Echo Boy or something. Dull 23 echoes will do. There's all sorts of cool settings you get access to down here. Change the pitch and kind of control it. Filter stuff. The day I do a movie score, just watch out, because we both know it's going to be the craziest horror movie soundtrack you've ever heard, with flavors all over the place. Flavor Saverville is what the movie's going to be called. I'm going to name the movie even though I'm just doing the score. That's how crazy the soundtrack will be. That little ah is obviously not staying. That was just I just pasted the ah to do some cool stuff, and then it just came at us. Ah or whatever that was. Don't worry about that ah. Don't you worry about a thing, girl. Got your ah here. Yeah. Don't you worry about a thing, girl. Got your ah here. Yeah. You never heard that song? Hold on a sec. Clicking over there. Sorry, guys. I'm clicking outside the zone. I just start to like it after a while. All right, what else? Let's get the... I want more feedback. That's what we need. We need more feedback. Turn up the feedback. Turn up the decay. Turn up the feedback. Turn up the decay. Turn up the feedback. Turn up the decay. Hold on a second. Here we go. Something with some groovy feedback. Yes. That's what we need. I can tell by the way it looks. I can tell by the way I do all day. No time to do. And do it well, and did it wrong again. And I was wrong to be about that. That's okay. You can look the other way. When I try to understand, New York I'll pay for me. But you're die. Still in alive. Everybody toaster and staying alive. The toaster alive. Ha! Who ordered a freaking change machine? Does that sound like a change machine, this thing? Who ordered the change machine? I just pitch shifted it down a ton. Let's see if it helps at all. GDP is probably looking at my screen going, don't push it, buddy. How many plugins are you going to open? You expect the computer to just 30 frames per second 4K is going to bug out, or what do you think? I don't know, man. I don't know. I agree. I just figure we ride the wave until she goes. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Uh-oh, I can already tell that's going to be whack. But let's hit it, like, let's get rid of some of this. And this is the last one of these I'm doing. Just trying to make the ending something that surprises even me. Like, surprise somebody, you know what I'm saying? But then let's hit it with a, like a tremolator or something. Tremolator, what you gonna do? My Mac should be able to fry eggs now. My Mac should be able to fry eggs. That's accurate. Where? I think this is sort of acceptable. Let's see. I think it's gonna grow on me. It's one of those grow on yous. Okay. All right, the craziness is just about over. Just bear with me on the craziness. It's just about over. Sending that to 5060 print. We don't need an input. I just want to do one thing. It's like we need like I liked how the word plays on the weirdness when you don't have the word there, and the word could be backwards, like it could be a weird syllable backwards. I don't mind what word it is. I don't even care what word it is. I just like the humanness to the word. It makes the alien part feel more alien, having some human element in it. And that should tell you everything you need to know about where we came from as a people. Let's see. All right, we're there. We've flown the spaceships. We've flown. I mean, it literally sounds to me like a whole world of stuff happening now. Like you land on another planet when you get there, whatever that is. So that was like one pass of automation, but I kind of liked it. It had a vibe. There was one moment where I felt like the lyrics may have dipped out a little bit. Let me go find that. But other than that, I feel like I was good with it. It was pretty solid, I think. Maybe this guitar came up too much. Let's see.
The slap of your hand goes and crushes your face. The neighbor calls the police.
Let's do this. Just one sec of this. Because I feel like we nailed it, though. We definitely nailed it. It feels pretty good.
The neighbor calls the police. The neighbor calls the police.
I just want all the words.
Your hand goes and crushes your face. Your hand goes and crushes your face. The neighbor calls the police. They take you away, 'cause there's no tolerance policy. Blood from the
Little flavor gotta come up.
policy. Blood from the chain gang. Policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. Gang is hitting the floor.
I want to hear that chain gang.
Blood from the chain. Blood from the chain.
Too much.
Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. You know they just wanna know why.
I'm actually gonna bring the vocal down a little on the "wanna know" and stuff. I want that to be a little
You
hit.
know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. You know they won't let you go. You know they won't let you go. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. On the floor and staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know.
I may do a pseudo harmony here. If you don't have harmonies, you could do something like this.
In all of your clothes, you know they won't let you go.
So now I will grid up because I actually want this to be in the same spot.
No, they won't let you go.
Put it on this new track right here. I'm gonna hit it with a pitch shift, and I'm gonna do it in Audio Suite, I think, because then it'll print and I don't need to run it on the track itself. But to tell you the truth, there's only like one little fart of alien stuff, so I don't know if it'll even matter. I could probably just run it on the track.
No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know. No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know.
Yeah, I may do Audio Suite so I can move the note around, or I could do Auto Tune and draw it in.
No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know. No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know. No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know.
It's funny. It's like the note moves, so you can't keep it on one the whole time.
No, they won't let you go. You know they just.
No, the 2 doesn't work. It's 3. It's 4 and 3.
No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know.
That kind of
No,
works.
they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know. No, they won't let you go. You know they just want.
Yeah, it's actually hard to move this in time.
No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know.
Yeah, I actually have to do that. I could do it with the thing. Let's just do it in automation. I just turned automation on in case it was blocked by the thing, and I put pitch there. And now when I run this in touch mode,
No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know. Why?
go from 3 to 4, and then it matches what the vocal does.
No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know. Why?
That feels good to me.
No, they won't let you go.
It actually may start on 4 too. Hold on a sec.
No, they won't let you go.
Almost.
No, they won't let you go.
Whoops, messed it up again. Undo. Undo's your best friend. It's gonna be. You see what I'm doing here? I'm going. No, they won't. I'm moving it on the.
No, they won't let you go.
I let it go too early.
No, they won't let you go.
I actually think it does sound probably best this way. I don't know if it needs this fourth in the first 2 syllables.
No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know. No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know. Why you're here?
All right, now I'm gonna filter it because it's a little too. It's a little too the same sounding, which may be okay. We might want it to blend in, but I like a nice filter. I could do this with the 4KB, or this is the quickest way. Any of these filters are good. We'll use filter 2 this time.
No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know. Why you're.
I'm gonna do it on the clip so that I don't have to worry about whatever happens later or before it. There's nothing on it, but I would do it on the clip just for safekeeping. So if I did have other stuff here, it wouldn't matter.
Clothes, you know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know. Why you're here?
All right, that's one of them. I think it needs like one more. It might only need one, but if it's the right volume, you won't actually notice that it's a duplicate of the same vocal. That's my call on it anyway. The way I look at this is the right volume can make a fake harmony sound real, is my point. Like, you won't really notice. Like, you'll know if it's in solo, but you won't notice the rest of the time.
No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know. No, they won't let you go. No, they won't. No, they won't let you go. 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 You know they just. No, they won't let you go. No, they won't let you go. No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know. Why? Clothes, you know they won't let you go.
This one's got to get lower, of course, but I still don't know if I like this note yet, so I need it to be loud enough so I can hear it, but I still don't know if I love those note choices.
No, they won't let you go. No, they won't let you go. No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know. Why you're here? Clothes, you know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here.
We're getting somewhere. I'm going to change this filter to a different filter.
Clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just want.
I don't like the, you know, they just, that doesn't sound right to me.
No, they won't let you go. You know they just.
I don't like the fourth. The fourth is wrong for this.
No, they won't let you go. No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why. No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know.
Maybe a higher note is better. Let's hear it. Hold on.
No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know. No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know.
Why is it moving in like weird 0.5s? What's up with that?
No, they won't let you go. You know.
Stay out of the 0.5 zone. All right, hold on. I'm going to take off the automation for this while I find it. And then I'm going to go back to it.
No, they won't let you go. You know they. No, they won't let you go. No, they won't let you go. You.
No, they won't let you go. That's just an octave, isn't it? Wanna know.
No, they won't let you go. No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know. No, they won't let you go.
It's Queens of the Stone Age if I nail this here. The funny thing is I would just sing this and then it'd be fine. I might just do that instead on the high one. Leave the low one and then just sing the high one. Hold on.
No, they won't let you go. No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know. No, they won't let you go. No, they won't let you go. You know they won't let you go. You know they just.
I kind of like it starting on the octave and going down.
No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know.
That kind of sounds kind of cool. Let's put that on. So now we're going back to the pitch so I can write it because I found something I like. So I recommend do that. Like find it first, then throw it in.
No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know.
Botch the ending, but that's okay.
No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know. Why?
All right. Interesting. Nice, GDP. I'm glad you dig it, man. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, I'm using Alter Boy and just drag that fader around. Like, you know me. Every plugin could be Sound Toys. I'd be totally okay with it. I love Sound Toys. I love it, the Sound Toys. I love it, the Sound Toys.
Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know.
It's got to stay up. No, they won't let you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 3 and 3. I think I pulled it too early on one of them.
No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know.
Oh, maybe that was it. Wanna know. Wanna know. Wanna.
No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know.
I think that was it. There's a little 10 in there. It sneaks a 10 in there. It's a sneaker. We got a sneaker, guys. We got a sneaker.
No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know.
I don't know if we do have a sneaker. We might have one. I think we have one.
You know they just wanna know.
You know, you see the want is on the 10. Ooh, little sneaker. Hold on. Let's see.
Go. You know they just wanna know. Go. You know they just wanna know.
It's just the word just. The just. You know they just just know. Just know.
Go. You know they just wanna know.
Woohoo! All right, we're getting to it. We're getting to it. I wonder what the first note's going to be if it wasn't there yet. Let's see. Like, I wonder what automation determines it is. Is it just, does it keep the same note? Yeah, it looks like it keeps whatever started on. Good. Whew. That was a close call. Not really. Nothing's a close call. Nothing's a close call.
No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here.
Who needs to draw stuff when you can crank a dial? Bada bing, am I wrong? I don't know. I think we good. Braxol. All right. I hope that was entertaining, that crazy part right there. And there might be a third note, but I don't care. I don't want a third note. I want the main note, 2 notes. That's enough.
You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. You know they just wanna know why you just wanna know.
This note needs to move at the end, doesn't it? Hold on.
Wanna know.
Wanna know.
Just wanna know.
Maybe not. Hold on.
Just wanna know.
No, it might be fine. It's just something sounds weird to me though.
No, they just wanna know.
The very tail of it like drifts in pitch, so the thing is doing something weird to it, I think. Well, I don't know which one it is though.
Just wanna know. Just wanna know.
I think it's the high one. Let's see.
Just wanna know. Just wanna know. Just wanna know.
Nope, that ain't it.
Just wanna know. Just wanna know.
That ain't it.
Just wanna know. Just wanna know.
That ain't it.
Just wanna know.
I think we're good to go on it.
Wanna know.
It may be actually moving after it. Like you see how it moves when the thing's over? Let's go to this one real quick. I may just get rid of that spot. Like we'll do a pullback, we'll do a fade, we'll pull it down and just get it off there. It's a typical harmony trick. It's like if you got a whole bunch of consonants, a bunch of S's, a bunch of whatever, the harmony singers should know that if the phrase is like, fire hydrants, they should just go fire hydrant. Forget the ending. Just fire hydrant. That's the new word. It's not fire hydrants anymore. It's fire hydrant. You get me? That way, the annoying part doesn't happen like 4 times, slightly off time on everybody's vocal. Like, it's just that kind of thing. Even if it was all the same. What do we need? A triple of the freaking tss in the end of hydrants? Like, no, we don't.
Just wanna know why you're. Just wanna know why
Yeah, and maybe we won't do it both times. Let's see what's going on the other one.
No, they don't have a care.
But at least we know what it is now, so it shouldn't be a big deal. This one goes from 3 to whatever.
You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know. You know they won't let you go.
It's cool to kind of start on the third instead of, you know they won't. It's just, you know they won't.
You know they won't let you go. No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know.
Pretty trippy. Let's see what happens here.
And polluted our air. You know they. And polluted our air. You know they don't have a care.
We're going to do the same thing, kind of. This one for.
And polluted our air.
Let's do it. Rock the touch. Rock that touch.
And polluted our air.
First thing I do is mess it up. Here we go.
And polluted our air.
Nope. We got to do that again.
And polluted our air. You know they don't have a care.
That's what it should start on the 4 is what I'm thinking, for sure. The other one I didn't do that. I left it on the 3. That's what I was just commenting on, but I think that might be okay. Let's hear this one.
No, they won't let you go.
Yeah, because it's different. Instead of polluted, it's like, no, maybe it is.
No, they won't let. No, they won't let you. No, they won't let you go.
Let's see if it makes it better.
No, they won't let you go. No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know. No, they won't let you. No, they won't let. No, they won't let you.
Does sound better.
No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. Go. You know they just wanna know.
All right, I'm better. I'm happier with that. Let's go here.
Shade away and polluted our air. You know they don't have a care. So why should we? And polluted our air.
Look at the pitch thing. We're automating the pitch for anybody just checking this out. What's up, Mr. Psychotronic? Rocket ship indeed, my friend. We got basically 2 cases of little boy. 2 cases of altar boy, little altar boy. It's hard to say that. Now, when we come over here, we got pitch in here. Pitch is in our plugin automation, bada bing. So once we come in, we know what we got to do here. It's basically this 12 to 9 thing that I did here. I'm moving the knob while the thing is playing instead of using Auto-Tune or Melodyne or anything like that, because sometimes people don't have those plugins, and to me this is just more fun. It's a knob. It's more like hardware. It's what you would do with a weird, you would dial it. Bada bing.
Clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just want.
The just is on the no, 1 2 3 1 2 3.
And polluted our.
I always mess up the first one. Don't worry.
And polluted our air.
Too far.
And polluted our.
I gotta get down on the id.
And polluted our air.
This is actually even easier to do if you come into here. You could actually control it on the thing, but that's less fun. Who wants to use dots? But you could move it, like you could figure out which dot is which and then do that. But no, thank you. No, thank you. You get me? No, thank you.
And polluted out. And polluted out. And polluted our air. You know they don't have a. You know they don't have our air. You know they don't have a care. So
I raised it at the end just for weirdness.
you know they don't have. You know they don't have. You know they don't have a care. So why should we? You know they don't have. You know they don't have a care. So
Maybe there's no 10 in this one.
you know they don't have a care.
There's a 10 in there. Too big a jump.
You know they don't have.
Or maybe it's an 11.
You know they don't have a care. You know they don't have.
No.
You know they don't have a. You know they don't have a care. So why should
Got it that time.
we shade away and polluted our
Not the first part of it.
and polluted our air? You know, and polluted our air. You know they don't have and polluted our air. You know they don't have a care. So why should we
That one I got. Tell me I didn't get it. I got that one.
shade away and polluted our air? You know they don't have a care. So why should we? Why should I care? Why should I care? Why should we? Why should I
Yeah, exactly. In the 90s and 80s, pitch correction was done using pitch shifters, real time, real story. Yeah, I remember this awesome Manny Marroquin story where he's talking about how he was pitch shifting. I think it was for Alicia Keys or something. I think, is it Alicia Keys? I think so. It was like on one of her early records. You know, she came in and heard what he had done in the mix, and he was pitch shifting like the correction by like GDP saying, like note for note, like one, like just twisting the knob for the one note and recording it. You know, she listened back. She's like, there's something going on with my vocal and I don't like it. And he knew what it was. It was a pitch correction that he was doing. So he took off the pitch correction and she liked it better. She's like, yeah, this sounds more like me. Like this is what I want, like that. And you know, he was very used to tuning vocals, I think, at the time, so he just kind of did it. That's the thing. As a mixer, I think that's a good lesson. You'll never get you're never going to score 100% on the test. You're never going to get every single time you have a decision to make right. It's just never going to happen. You have to, that's okay. Doesn't matter, because communication, what do you think happened? He said, no problem. He took it off. It was all good. But like the ease of the communication, make it easy for people to talk to you, make it easy for them to make changes. That's really the biggest takeaway I think mixers can take from from that story is like, it's just even the best make the wrong decision sometimes as far as what they think will work and what the artist might want. You just have to be willing to, open your mind to see it how they're trying to see it, because ultimately you want them to be happy. So if you get everything right, they may love it, and they may have not thought it was going to turn out that way, and they may love it. But if ultimately there's a difference of opinion, that's okay. It happens to everyone. I want you to realize that. You can't take that stuff personally. It's just, that's what a mix is. CLA's words. A mix is an opinion. That's all it is. Somebody's opinion of how it should sound. That's all a mix is.
Why should I care?
Just gonna like grab the word we. How's our how we doing in 4K, man? First stream in 4K, guys. It's a big moment. We're rocking our 4K stream. This is only our 19th stream ever, and we don't plan on stopping. So if you're somebody who works on music and you see we're live, you should. This is what we recommend. Work on stuff, and then for breaks to get your ears, like work on stuff while you're in the middle of, check it out. You go back to work, you check it out, you go back to work. It's really like keep it up. You go in the chat, you're stretching your back. You're talking to fellow engineers because everybody can't work alone. It's crazy, and friends shouldn't let friends mix alone. Bottom line. I think we all get more out of it when we share what we're going through. Even if we're fighting with the bass, we're fighting with the vocal. Like I'm pitch shifting this thing and I don't want to pull up auto-tune, and have you ever tried this? And how about that? And like, this is a community that's growing, and it's all about the fact that engineers are tired of working alone. Bottom line. Like, everybody, especially since studios became home studios, people work alone way too much. Most fun time is being around like a bunch of other engineers in the same building, the same studio, in different rooms, all doing their own thing. And then on the smoke break, on the hangout, in the lounge, like everybody's sharing stories and resting their ears and talking about whatever, and then going back to work. It's this constant back and forth because you can't mix forever. Like when I'm talking now, my ears are taking a break. You know what I'm saying? It's like your ears get beat up. You just sit there forever, and then what? You go talk to your cat. I know, trust me. I like cats. But what I'm saying is there's more, there can be more. There can be more than just your cat, I'm telling you. Trust me. I understand. He's your son. Your cat is your son. I get it. You know what I'm saying? I get it. Sounds like wee, like wee, like somebody on a swing said wee. Sounds like that a little bit. So you don't need a bunch of vocals recorded to do this, but I have to tell you, it's helpful. Like when I, typically there's more than one vocal, so you have like stuff to pick from, and you don't have to just create it all from one. But so be it. One is fine. Like. I just realized I can't put it here, or maybe I can because it's going to be weirdly pitch shifted. Doesn't work there. I got to put it back on the track that has no pitch shifter on it because there's a little altar boy being crazy. I could automate altar boy to be off there too, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to put it here. We don't need many flavor tracks anyway. You notice I dialed it differently both times? To me, that's the key. Just don't do everything the same. Always make them different. And that was the first chorus, and this is the second chorus, and it looks like there's already done. Yeah, that one doesn't need anything. You don't want to overdo this stuff, I really consciously try not to overdo. Like even this part, I don't think it needs it because it's got this cool tail on reverbs and space flavors. If I was going to do something, it wouldn't be like I did the others. It would be like here, here. It would be right underneath it. Like a little late, paste it a little in. Sometimes I do this stuff just to see if I like it better. And then you could do a really short, like a 30-second note with a lot of feedback, maybe a little less on the mix. Let's hear it. So it's really just a repeat, but it has some weird slap kind of 30-second note on it. And then I'm all over the clip gain to lower it. Yeah, my monitor does not do 4K, Braxel said. So, Evan, when are you going to do hybrid mixes? That's a good question. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's such a different thing. When I do hybrid mixes, I'm done in 20 minutes. No, I'm just kidding. But it's a joke, but still not quite, but it's a very different thing. And everybody doesn't have that gear. And I'm pretty sure I would need freaking glasses with a camera on them or some nonsense. I might have a freaking GoPro from like 1985, like the original GoPro. It's like the Zach Morris phone, but it straps to your head. I might put something like that on and film in like 480p or whatever it is. I don't even know what it would be. What is it? GDP. What is that? Is it something crazy? I bet. But I might, I'll strap one of those scuba helmets on. I'll wear goggles. I'll wear goggles and a snorkel, the way Jack Stratton tells you should be mixing, because the dude knows what's up. He's like listening underwater to music, and there's a magic there. So the point is, I'll have some crazy getup, so when I look at stuff, you guys can see it. But barring that, I might take, I would have to take this automation view here, and that has to stay. But I would typically maybe I'd pick that up and just kind of move it and like hold it when I touch stuff. But how annoying. Like one hand holding the camera and the other one touching stuff. I mean, there's worse things, but still. If it's by popular demand, I may do it, but I tell you, I don't know. I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying the triple cam setup here. Like right now, too, if I were to click on this and open this up, like you guys can see the faders in that view, and then you'll see like as it plays through and stuff moves, it's kind of cool. It's all moving so subtly, I'm not sure if you'll even be able to see it. So it's not that cool. But yeah, right there, I want to keep the energy up. So that's like when I'm doing these little delicate freaking touch things. It's delicate, brah. It's delicate, brah. Super delicate. You know what I'm saying?
And the sands, the grind of the chainsaw that cut
I may bring the overheads up a little in this spot.
and seals the coffin that's buried in the sand, even though it don't make any sense.
It's actually not the overheads that are too low. It's the thing I said before. Sometimes trust your gut. And I said that the freaking cut of 5K works in the choruses because the cymbals are annoying, and it doesn't work in the verses. I did say that. I just didn't know if I was going to live by it. And as we know, we got to live by what we say. So the HMF, looking for HMF, here we go. HMF gain. I'm going to basically deal with that. Put that in here. Bada bing. All right. Boom. Then what? I'll tell you then what. Make sure overheads is grouped. If it's not, I'll have to do this twice. How annoying. Where's my overhead group? There we go. O-heads. O-heads. So now if I throw this in there, they should both go. Let's go, let's go. Where's our HMF, HMF, HMF? All right, now in this case, I may just twist. I like to twist while we roll, but I may go to, whatchamahoo's-it. I may go to the menu and just switch. You know, you come in here, you go like this. You go down here, you go like that. Bada bing. And then you could just drag it for the verse to be different than the chorus. Where's our chorus? I remember when I first started mixing, like, nobody tells you all this stuff exists. You know, nobody tells you guys. But you just start out, and then eventually you figure stuff out, and then eventually from necessity you figure other stuff out. And you just keep inventing new stuff. And then the weird thing is, if you ever talk to somebody who mixes for a while, they may have never done what you've done, but they might have like 6 other ways of doing the same thing. You know, and that's the funny thing about mixing is there's like 100,000 ways to do everything. And there's not a right way. It's like whatever way makes sense for you and, you know, on that given song. It's so weird how it works, which it's weird, but it's the most fun thing ever, I think, because of that. It's like a puzzle that you design as you go, and the outcome is always different. It's just unique. It's a very unique thing. And that's why it's so cool. And that's why I could like be up at crazy hours doing it, because I tell you the truth, I really enjoy it. It's something that is a lot of fun. It's not just, it's like a passion. It's amazing. It's just so much. It's a release. It's so cool. So you see what I did there? We automated this jam so that in the verses it's back to normal, and then in the choruses it goes down when the guy is crashing, you know, like there's no tomorrow. And let's watch that play out in real time.
So why should we?
All right, let's see what's popping over here. Let's look at the chat. We're chat walking right now. Chat walking, chat talking. Let's do it. What do we got here? Oh man, Strawberry Trees talk I missed. All right, that's where we go. You were using your iPad earlier. Yo, that's crazy. And pretty cool though, too. The second monitor I have is about the size of an iPad. Nice. GDP put the chords, the notes in there of the jam. Nice. preamp maintenance done. The cracking is gone. Nice, dude. Mr. Psychotronic. What was the solution? What is it always the same? Is it always just like clean it? What's the story? Is it always like spray contact cleaner in? Because that's all I would know how to do. Every time the patch bay there's an issue, my go-to, and it fixes it every time, is check the connections in the front, like make sure they're solid, push in the front, and then switch the cables if not, and then if you can get to the back, that's why getting to the back is so helpful. Check the connections in the back, of course, tap on the cables, spray some contact cleaner in there before you even reach around the back of that thing. Spray some contact cleaner, the deoxit, that stuff fixes everything. I don't know. That stuff saved me a million times. Also, a debarnisher. I think that's what they're called. I could be wrong on that, or whatever this is. You see that? It's not an adapter. You see how there's no back to it? This thing is awesome. Maybe I need to make my face bigger. This thing. See that? It's like I think they call it a debarnisher or something weird like that. I could be getting that wrong. Sometimes I don't know where I come up with these words. But I'll tell you, this, amazing. It was they're like $10, maybe, I don't know. But it's basically like the front, it just cleans stuff out. So you put this in the zone, you do this nonsense with it, you pull it out. Things just have a tendency to work. I don't know why, but it's patch bay magic. Who else got patch bay magic on them? Whatever this is. It was worthy. I've only owned one. You probably own one your whole life. And if you own a patch bay, it's extreme close-up. Yeah, let's try this, actually. Let's see if this works. Nope. Nope. Let's see if this works. Nope. Nope. That's funny. At least now I know when things are working or not. It's such a step up, GDP. It's like the biggest step up ever. At least I know when things are working now. Extreme close up, guys. See this thing? It's got no back. Like it's not an adapter. Although it looks like one from the front. But it's not. It's just this metal piece that's like awesome. I don't know why it does magic, but you put that thing in there, you do a little swirly swirl. Yep. And then once you're done with the swirl, it's game on. It's game on. So yeah, I'm back. I'm back and I'm better than ever, guys. I'm back. And you asked, is the Vision channel strip good? It's amazing. The Vision channel strip is solid. The Vision channel strip is probably my second favorite channel strip, next to the SSL one, of course. But it's for different things. Like, it's right up there with it because it's so freaking versatile. Like it's more aggressive, but it's also super colorful. Like, API stuff is colorful and it's wide. The queues are wide and you don't have queue control. It's proportional, though. So in other words, the more you drive into a frequency, the tighter the queue gets. So it's widest when you first click it once. The more you click it, the tighter it gets. I love that about proportional queue. Whereas the other one is you could basically, variable queue. You can change it however much you want while you drive, That's the beauty of the SSL, actually, is the flexibility in not only frequencies, but also in the queue. It's a magic, So that's why, that's probably my first choice for mixing, but this is second because I love this thing. And this is a great second EQ because once you've dialed that first channel strip in, you're not going to want to tweak it necessarily. You might just say to yourself, I just wish the guitars had more bite. You'll pull up something like this, you'll set it to 3K, you'll add a little bit of bite in a way that's like exactly what you want. Whereas you could tweak that SSL thing and change 17 things around. Your guitar sound will change completely. Like whatever, it'll all become a disaster because you wanted a little 3K and you try to figure out how to get it on that. That's a mistake in my opinion. You put on something like this, you've got a safety net. That's how I look at it, because it's just everything you twist on here is going to sound good when the rest of the stuff is doing well. So that means if you've correctively EQ'd some stuff on your SSL channel or Pro Q3 or whatever, and then you put something like this on, it's a game winner. It's a game winner all day. You know, I look at the 1081 similarly. Like they're just game winning choices there. I love it. So yeah. Hopefully we get our angles back. Let's see, because something weird happened at some point. I'm not exactly sure what, but at some point this thing said, I refuse to work anymore. I refuse. Okay, maybe now. Hold on. Nope. I wonder why it does that. I still haven't like totally figured out this Stream Deck thing. I got one of these Stream Deck jams, and I've been using it, but it works when it wants to and doesn't when it doesn't, and I cannot figure out for the life of me why. I've got like zero idea why it works when it wants to and not when it doesn't. I have no idea why it does that, guys. Zero clue. So yeah, what else we got over here? We now have a Discord. Join us, drop. Yes, we do have a Discord. Nightbot, you're the man. All right, now I'm catching up to the chat. I'm catching up. I'm all napped and ready for the rest of this. Sweet, dude. Welcome back, Alex Christoph. Is that the Vision plugin is my favorite, one of my faves. Yep, we're there. Okay, by the way, Braxel is on Discord. Yep. Yo, everybody join the Discord if you haven't already. Our link is in the description, and we just popped it in there. Nightbot's popping it in all the time. If I'm not mistaken, Nightbot's got that link. And if you need it, let me know. I'll throw it in. What's going on, Danny Lyrica? What's poppin'? A day with no mixing is a day wasted. Yes, for several reasons. One, you get better, but also it's so much fun. It's crazy. Deoxit D100. See, dude, we speak the same language, me and you. I don't know if I've ever mentioned that on a video, but it's the winner. I'm surprised. It's like right around here somewhere. It's always within arm's reach, but it's probably buried under the desk. This desk has it's like the catacombs underneath it. There's just freaking sections and sections. Like you could camp out under there and hide from your boss if you wanted. Like this desk's crazy. There's a Deoxit somewhere hidden under there, but the place is crazy. When I go down there, it's like I come up 6 days later and it's like Narnia. So I try not to go under there. It's pretty scary. Alex Christopher wrote, Evan, I missed it. As a laptop using Unableton guy, what the hell is the portal opening NASA device on the third camera? Does it bend light? What? What is that portal opening NASA device on the third camera? The portal opening NASA on the third camera. I think you're talking about the UF8. That's what you're talking about. That's what it is. Yes. The third camera's NASA device is how I automate stuff. Those are faders, good buddy. But I think you know that. The metal potentially scrapes oxidation off. Yeah, man, that thing's amazing. There's something that I'm telling you, this is like 10 or 15 bucks. If you're somebody who has to plug cables in a million times, your patch bay's all crazy, you hit it with some of that Deoxit and this, and then you're good. And there's two different Deoxits. There's like the fader one, and then there's the other one. There's like a red can and a gold can. One was better than the other. I can't remember which one I have all the time. One of them's almost empty. The other one's like unopened. That's how I know one's better than the other. And they're both good, though. They make great products. And that thing, whatever that nonsense is, it's good. Yep. And GDP wrote, Evan has probably wiped the UF8 20 times since the stream began. The funny thing is, I didn't, but I wiped it before I started, knowing everyone's going to tell me how dirty it is. But the funny thing is, it's just it just shows the dust so much, but it's really like I keep that thing pretty clean, but it shows dust like nobody's business. It's just like reflective dust. I can't help that. This thing, it's just like reflective dust city. So no matter how great I wipe it, 2 seconds later there's like 17 more dust particles scattered around. Like it's like 100 more in an hour or two. I don't know how it happens. Doesn't make any sense. It's like I'm not in a place that's dusty. It doesn't make any freaking sense. So that's how we roll. If you swirl it, then the metal shavings fall on the components and you have an issue. No. I mean, it's not, you can't really swirl it. You put it in and then you twist it and then it's cleaning the ring in the, like that the cable connects to, like that front inner ring is what it's cleaning. So it's not cleaning deep into it, I don't think. It's just cleaning the ring that it touches, because this part's not touching anything. This part right here, the tip is not touching anything. Whereas the back, like this part right here, how do I get this in for you? This thing is touching something. There's something about this inner ring that's like the good stuff. That does something. I don't know what, but I like it. It's great. It definitely works. Like between that and the deoxit, it's a combo for me. I spray it, I stick that thing, I twist it, I pull it, works. And sometimes if I have to spray it twice, it's a rare day. Usually it's a one solid spray. You twist that thing. Otherwise the spray just goes everywhere, drips down. You're going to have to wipe the spray anyway, but then what? You know? So you put that in, you twist it around, it makes the spray work for you. Sometimes I put it in first, twist it, then spray. Then you're good. Sometimes you just put it in again after you spray. It's like, who cares? Nobody's counting. Put it as many times as you want to put it in. Oh. I've never had a problem with nothing falling on nothing. No metal shavings. Annie Bessie said stay away from women. Take it easy, bro. Danny Lyrica, how you doing over there, man? Just joined the Discord and also woke up. Nice, you're the man. Javi's not burning the midnight oil, but picking up the wax. True, man. It's true. All of it. It's been going. Yeah, if you deal with it like a Nintendo game, you should be okay too, but I just never wanted to do that. But you probably could do the old Nintendo trick. Absolutely. Absolutely. Everyone who has a Nintendo and the game didn't work, you know exactly what we're talking about. And also part of that was when you push it in, you sort of like push it to the side a little bit, like you got to wedge it. That's part of the scheme. The shavings are going to fall, and they are metal on components. There's no shavings. There's no crying. There's no crying in baseball. There's no shavings. There's no shavings. There's never been a single shaving on here. If you're talking about like microscopic shavings, they're not affecting anything. There's never been a microscopic, and there's no metal. What metal component? No. Inside a patch bay is nothing but, cards and stuff. I don't know. I've never put that inside. I wouldn't put it inside a device that's plugged in. That's like sticking a fork into an outlet. I probably wouldn't do that. I don't think it's made for that. It might be. You probably could. I don't know, but don't take my advice. Don't do it. In a patch bay, it's different though. There's no power or anything. So yeah, that's what it's made for, to deoxidize your patch bay. I don't know I don't know if you could put it in a jack. I don't know if I would put it in a jack. It's probably going to be bugging. I don't know if I wouldn't. I don't know. Take GDP's advice, not mine on that one. Somebody asked ChatGPT. I don't know about that one. But I'll tell you, this thing's a lifesaver for what it's good for. There's no crying in baseball. There's no crying. No crying in baseball. All right. We're back. And just in case I touch anything on the other thing, let's go back to that. And I'm off the Stream Deck at the moment because I can't figure out why it's not working. GDP, why does this happen all the time with this thing? It's like if there's ever been a reason to return it, it's like, well, if it just kept working for one whole stream, we'd have something. Why is this thing not working? Oh, now we got something happening. No, we don't. Nope, never mind. At least we're live and we're fresh and I can click the button. At least we're there, but it's just strange. I cannot figure out why for the life of me. Keep the cat away from that thing for sure. To be honest, man, analog gear scares me a bit. Margin for error seems bigger. You're not the only one. Use a blower on the patch bay to blow out the dust. That seems worse. The blower doesn't know where it's going. The blower doesn't have a guy in there with freaking traffic cones and, you know, those wands. The dust is going to get everywhere, including where you don't want it when you blow it. The other way, at least it stays where it is, kind of, wherever that may be. Brexel, I don't believe that it's a problem. It's never been a problem for me. That's what I'm saying. They make those things for a reason. There's no crying. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. Layers. Yeah, maybe layers. I don't know. What I just did was close the chat window. That's like that extra chat window. I have the chat window on the second screen, but I closed the one that shows up and is hidden from everyone for some ridiculous reason. I closed that. We're back to this. Let's see if this does anything. Nope. Layers. What layers? It's so weird. It's like, I'm sure I'll figure out the workaround for this at some point. What's a spoint? Nobody knows. But at the moment, I have no idea why this thing is doing what it's doing. Like, I just don't know. But it's also not relevant. I'm going to get back to mixing right now because it doesn't really matter. Before I get back to mixing, I just want to, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to open the Stream Deck application and watch everything just like get farted. That happens. Like, you never know what's going to fart you out. You really don't. Nope. Everything looks like it's supposed to. It's just none of the buttons work now. This happens, like, so far, we haven't got through one stream where this didn't happen. There's always been, like, at the end of the stream, I have to do some nonsense to make the Stream Deck work again. I'm not sure what that would be. Like, why does it do this? Nobody knows. Nobody has a clue, I'll tell you that much. If anybody had a clue, please tell me. Yeah, it's just micro polishes. The oxidation, that's exactly right. Yep. There is more than one software to operate a stream. Yeah, well, this is the Elgato, like, cheap one. It's like 8 buttons and 4 knobs. It's that one. I think it's just Stream Deck Plus, it's called. It was very affordable. But it is just beyond its scope of not working. Like, why is it doing that? Nobody knows. Because, like, when I started the stream, it worked. It's been working the whole time. I was popping between stuff while we were... It's not activating anything. I don't know why. It's very weird, guys. It's very strange. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. Let's keep it moving, and I'll just change screens myself with the button. How annoying. Okay. We're back.
chainsaw that cuts down the trees, that's taken our shade away and polluted our air. You know they don't have a care, so why should we? Why should I care? Why should I care?
And I could actually take it up one because I'm not sure it's as bad as I thought it was now. Like those cymbals can be 2 dB down instead of 4, and it's probably okay. I like that loud hit, but I think this one may be loud. Yep, that one's loud enough. I like the last cymbal to ring longer, like to make it seem like the cymbals were always ringing. Maybe that was too much, but that's the idea. I bring up the cymbal on the ring so that you can hear how long it is. Just kind of give them a fade out where they think it's going to end, but it doesn't. Little trick fade out. Very Pink Floyd. Okay. Trick fade. Now, we're pretty solid in here. We could hear everything. We hear the kick.
And polluted our air.
We hear that, like, my go-to checks are like, make sure I can hear the vocal, make sure I can hear the kick, make sure I can hear the guitar, make sure I can hear the bass. Will that make sense? That's all there is in the song.
I should
That kick punches through now that we gated it that way. I'm pretty happy with this. I'm pretty solid, happy with this, guys. Let's maybe just I'll like half a dB, a couple kicks in the chorus. Let's hit it.
So why should we?
Yeah, the weird thing is like now it just sucks because I can't do the quick switch like I want to, man. I really want to do a quick switch so badly. I want a quick switch. Why can't I? Does anybody know? Somebody wrote something about layers. What is it? Dude, API Vision, $29 on sale is a steal, but make sure your computer can run it because it's pretty heavy duty. It's pretty intensive CPU. You're getting the native version, I assume. It's not that bad, but it's like I put it on all my tracks and we're fine, so it's not crazy, but it can be rough a little. I think it had a wheel so you could scroll through layers. How do we do this? Scroll. It's got 4 wheels, but that doesn't really help me. Like, I cannot for the life of me understand why it just does this out of nowhere. It would be interesting if like some weird key gets pressed and then that happens. Like right now I just turned a wheel just because somebody said wheel, so I turned a wheel. There's 4 wheels though, like so it doesn't really help me. No, I don't know, guys. Somebody help assist with that Elgato Stream Cam. And I will be very satisfied and happy with anyone who can help with that as far as why the Elgato Stream Deck Plus decides randomly to stop working while I'm streaming. This is not the first time, and I was intent on giving it a glowing review. I'm not sponsored by them or anything. They didn't give it to me for free, but I'm just telling the truth like I always do. The freaking thing does not switch scenes anymore. I bet you if I unplug it and plug it back in again, we may have a shot. What do you think, GDP? Is that a good move, or do we risk everything? We probably risk everything.
In a sense, the grind of the chainsaw. So why should we? So why should we?
Just giving a kick a little automation love. Mainly on the crack, the downbeats. the kick is the perfect volume, and it's sticking out a little too much because I'm doing this automation. I should probably leave it alone. We're gonna only do we're gonna do like 1 dB. That's it. You'll always find like the same kick. There's like a pattern of kicks in every pattern of drums that somebody plays a beat, right? There's always like one that's a little quiet sometimes, and it's the dynamics of the drums are important, but a lot of times once you have a dense mix, you've got cymbal crashes, you've automated the cymbals up, you've got snare being automated up, guitar, like there's a lot happening. That kick volume you started with might need to come up a bit, so it's not unusual to have to automate kick up if you've automated a lot of other things up too. And you sort of want the song to build dynamically, so I'm not opposed to doing that.
neighbor calls the police. They take you away, cause there's no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why should we care? Why should I slap of your hand goes and crushes your face. The neighbor calls the police. They take you away, cause there's no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why should we care? Why should I Why should slap of your hand goes and crushes your face. The neighbor calls the police. They take you away, cause there's no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. Why am I here? Why am I Why should I Why should Crushes her face. The neighbor calls the police. They take you away, cause there's no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. Why am I here? You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know So why should we and polluted our air? You know they don't have a care. So why should we? You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why should
I appreciate you guys trying to figure out the problem over there, man. Later, Danny. You're the man, bro. I appreciate you stopping by and doing your thing, dude. I appreciate it. The Catacombs pick needs a bottle of deoxit hidden. Nightbot, I know your mother. It stopped because it was a plus version. Yep, that's probably it. I think you risk. So I unplugged the thing and I plugged it back in. It did nothing. I did it while I was automating or something. I just now didn't do shit. Those I don't know if I wouldn't use these knobs for mixing, but maybe they're good for, like, you know, if you want to set something that you don't have access to set, like an input volume on a mic or something, maybe, or a headphone thing or something, like maybe it could double as a control in Total Mix if I could figure the thing out. I don't know. It was pretty plug and play for streaming in OBS. Like, you just plug it in and it just works. But it didn't tell me that it was going to stop working. But other than that, it's only 4 knobs, so I don't know if you could mix anything on there. Like, I don't know supposedly the dials on it, the 4 dials could be good for zooming in or zooming out. Like, I don't use it for any of that yet, but who knows what it could be used for. Yeah, GDP, I can't quit OBS without the stream stopping. But I think you mean not OBS, you mean the Stream Desk. I've quit the Stream Desk a couple times already and then launched it again. It doesn't seem to help. Where's my Stream Desk thing? Like, it's quit now, I think. But yeah, I've opened it a couple times. I've quit it a couple times. I think I'm just resigned to not touching this thing. So far, every time we end the stream, it comes back eventually. Like, I don't get it, but maybe it needs to be returned. It's all I could think of. What else did you guys say about it? Let's see. GDP's, I love the bass on the transition part. Thanks, man. Yeah, this bassist is the best, dude. I love this bassist, bro. Paulie T from B.
don't have a care? So why should we?
Such a cool line.
And polluted our air. You know they don't have a care. So why should we? And polluted our air. You know they don't have a care. So why should we? Polluted our shade away. And polluted our air. You know they don't have a care. So why should we? Why should I? Polluted our air. You know they don't have a care. So why? Polluted our air. You know they don't have a care. That's taken our shade away and polluted our air.
When the drummer goes there, I gotta make him louder.
That's taken our shade away and
We start to lose kick
our
here.
shade away and polluted our air. You know they don't have a care. So why should we? Our shade away and polluted shade away and polluted our air. You know they don't have a care. Polluted our air. You know they don't have a care. So why should we? And polluted our air. You know they don't have a care. So why should we? Why should I? And polluted our air. You know they don't have a care. So why should we? Why should I care? And polluted our air. You know they don't have a care. So why should we? Why should I care? Why should I care? Why should we? They don't have a care. So why should we? So why should we? Why should I care? Why should I care? Why should we? Why should I The slap of your hand goes and crushes your face. The neighbor calls the police. They take you away, 'cause there's no tolerance policy. Why should I care? Why should I Why you're here? No, they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know. No, they won't let you go. You know they won't let you go. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why should we? Why should I care?
All right. We are good to go. At least it seems like that with the automation. Feels like that, seems like that, feels like that. Where's the, right before the chorus? Let me just check that.
He's hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes, you know, and staining all of your clothes, and staining all of your clothes. Tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor. Hey, 'cause there's no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor. Tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here.
Actually took it up 6 dB on the downbeat, really.
Of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why should we?
All right, let's check this out. We got, Brax will say WD-40 makes the version of Deoxit called SP, a specialist contact cleaner. Awesome. I didn't know about that. Maybe the OBS WebSockets died. Then this could do the trick. WebSockets. Then the Stream Desk quit you. It did. Is there a way GDP can control the camera while you mix? I don't think so. Maybe. That would have to be like some weird, crazy remote setup. That's insane. But it would also put a lot of pressure on GDP. I don't want to do that. Is there a way GDP can control the camera while you mix? You should add a few more cameras if you can. Yeah, sure, dude. 21-second lag. Yeah, that's the problem. That's crazy. Look, this thing should work. It's just, it doesn't. I have no idea why, and it doesn't. And I unplugged it once, and then I plugged it back in, and it didn't fix the problem, which leads me to believe like there's some weird command that I pressed or something accidentally that's bringing this into no man's land. And once we figure that out, we'll probably have something. Until then, all bets are off. All bets, hold your bets. Hold your bets until then. Now that we've got our automation done, let's just kind of listen to this thing let's decide if we're going to do anything else on the mix bus. I had a thought. I was like, let's either try Good Hertz or Toop. Let's just see if we can get any, like the thing is so loud, so I may bring the volume down somehow with something. I could do it right on the master. That's the easiest way, but I'm just debating what we're going to do here. Thinking out loud. I like A-type on the expand function that I used on bass. I don't know if it's necessary here.
The grind of the chainsaw that cuts down the trees, that's taken our shade away and polluted our air. They don't have a care, so why should we? Why should I care? Why should I care? Why should we? Why should I care? chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why should we? Why should I? Why should slap of your hand goes and crushes your face. The neighbor calls the police. They take you away, 'cause there's no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang. Slap of your hand goes and crushes your face. The neighbor calls the police. They take you away, 'cause there's no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just chainsaw that cuts down the trees, that's taken our shade away and polluted our air. You know they don't have a care, so why should we? Why should I care? Saw that cuts down the trees, taking our shade away and polluted our air. You know they don't
think it sounds better without this good hurts on it. Lately, every time I put that tube on it, it's been weird. This I have on expand mode. I was testing this with it, and I'm not sure I like this either.
Chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why should we?
This A-type exciter thing is very interesting, but I definitely know that this is the thing that's going to make this hard to turn up. And I want to be able to turn it up. I kind of like it a little on the darker side. So I'm not sure if I'm a fan of the A-type over here. I definitely didn't like the tube, the tube, this thing. And I didn't really touch the settings much, but a lot of times this is a tendency to be my starting point of like what kind of works. And then I just go from there and tweak if I need to. But I wasn't really liking what it was giving me. It was just like, it's already saturated. It's already thick. It's already full. Like, I don't think I need any of that stuff. I think there's a lot being done by the sidecar, by the 3348. So I'm going to leave that out. The A-type, it adds top end, but I don't want it. It's a thing. After you're mixing for a while, you're just going to be like, man, everything is better, brighter. And it's not, everyone thinks that way. And I try to go against that grain of thought because it's like weird later you'll be very upset with how bright your stuff is, but you won't know it after mixing for hours. So it's a weird thing where like, if it's just brighter, it's not better. It's just brighter. So that's definitely just brighter, this thing. I mean, it's more, I wouldn't call it more exciting. It's just brighter.
The slap of your hand goes and crushes your face. The neighbor calls the police. They take you away, 'cause there's no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. The neighbor calls the police. They take you away.
I think it just sounds the most natural without this. This does give it more excitement or something. Like, it's an exciter, obviously, right? It's just giving it a little too much for me. Even when the settings are really like, we're talking minimum and dry almost.
Slap of your hand goes and crushes her face. The neighbor calls the police.
I'm going to try something else real quick, too. Let's try the SSL bus comp. It looks like I had used this on something else recently. Yeah, this is what I was thinking. Like, let's just do a parallel thing where we'll take the dry-wet mix and take it down a notch, like a lot. Let's like blend it in and see where it sits nice as in parallel, essentially. Even though we don't have it on a parallel track, that's the beauty of the dry-wet mix. You can kind of keep the ratio a little hotter and get more flavor from the compressor, and just, you know, once the mix is already there, it's like I don't even know if we need this stuff, but we'll try it. I just want to try it. I had an urge to see what parallel would do to this instead of the A-type.
Slap of your hand goes and crushes her face. The neighbor calls the police. They take you away, 'cause there's no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why should we care? Why should I Why should
It's interesting.
in the floor and staining all of your clothes? You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why should we
For anyone who can't see it, the mix knob is cranked way back. It's like, you know, wow, my brain's really farting. It's between 9 and 10 o'clock. It's like cranked all the way over here because it's the plug-in is probably small on the screen, but there's a mix knob here, and the dot is over here, chilling right there. That's where your dot is. So the DBX, like, I'm just using these in parallel. Like, I'm not running through more just compression straight, squash and everything. I'm trying to see what it's like to blend a flavor of it in and see what we like. And if you haven't done that or tried that, you might like it.
in the floor and staining all of your clothes? You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why should we care?
It's really tough to get where the volume is actually a little lower than it, and then you can tell for sure if you like it better.
And staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why should we? Why should
I don't like what it's doing to the low end, and I can tell it super in headphones. It speaks to me. It's a function of how loud I listen too. I listen kind of low, and in headphones that stuff comes pretty clear. This is making, like, that's a cool thing about the DBX is you actually do get low end pushing through it. It doesn't totally remove low end and squash it out, but I'm getting too much of it. It changes the bottom a lot.
And staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why should we?
It's better without the DBX. Let's try it with the bus comp.
And staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why should we?
Just sounds softer with the bus comp. So I'm off those. I'm off the bus comp. I'm off the DBX. We're over to the A-type for a last check, but I think I'm gonna leave all this stuff off. That's what's up. It's is the A-type plugin worth $80? I don't know about that, man. I think you're the only one who can answer that. I'm not sure. I mean, I pull it up sometimes, but it's not like my favorite plugin or anything. So it's cool. It definitely does a thing. I like it on bass. But if you have like Aphex Aural Exciter, it does a similar thing, and it's waves. It's way cheaper. That's one of the OG Waves plugins I've had for a long time. The Aphex Aural Exciter, and it gets pretty close to what A-type does in like one of the settings. So I don't know. It's a different plugin though, for sure, but it's way cheaper, I think, because it's an OG Waves plugin. But yeah, A-type's cool. I like it. It's just, it was one that when it came out, I was like, I really did want it, and I think I wound up using it less than anticipated. Like, this is probably the first mix I pulled it up on, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, mid-range is definitely huge, 100%. I'm not using Gold Clip on this one. I'm using the Oxford Inflator, and Gold Clip changes the sound a lot. So at this point, after all these moves, I got to leave the inflator on and leave it where it is, because it'll change too much if I touch it. Alex Christoph wrote, bro, crank that stuff up. Crank that stuff, shave some ear hairs. Chefs would want you to. Yep, well, that's what I do in the headphones. I take these things and, make sure I can get a decent sense. These especially sound so good, and if I can't turn these up without pain, I know I have a problem.
Slap of your hand goes and crushes your face. The neighbor calls the police. They take you away, 'cause there's no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why should we? Why should
I hate to say it, I'm actually kind of like it's interesting. The A type's the only one that's given me a doubt of maybe leaving it or not. The bus comp was a no. Good. The tube was a no. DBX was a no. And you could tweak Tupe for like days if you want. There's so many choices between the compression settings and the opto and how much saturation, where you want the curves. Like, in my opinion, Tube is a great plugin to put on if you put it on kind of early, mix into it, but like just make it do like that should be your fix all for the mix bus kind of. Like you could run Tube instead of 3348, instead of A type, instead of the sidecar potentially. Like just run it for a lot and then maybe the ML4 if you even need it. The Tube is really kind of does a lot in there. I wonder how Tube would pair with like the Wolfcomp mastering compressor. The Wolfcomp mastering edition has a lot in it too. It has a clipper in it. I mean, it has all sorts of stuff, but it's very aggressive sounding. Those type of plugins that are super aggressive or can be, like the Wolfcomp mastering edition, is really good for people who like mix very low and then you send low level into that thing and let that thing do a lot of work to like beef the thing up. That's, in my opinion, that plugin is not used well delicately. You have to kind of hit it with low level though, and then you get a lot of because you could drive into it. It has saturation like that you can get from driving in. Like a lot of the Goodhertz plugins have a drive control. Tube has one, I think. Pretty sure it has one. But look at all the controls on Tube. You've got tube, like these are different kind of tubes. This section, and then you got your compression, which can be comp or a limiter, and then you got like this is the opto section of this, and it could be post, saturation, pre, or between, and it's just crazy. The whole thing is there's just a lot, and then so you also have your dry wet blend. Then you've got the crazy tape amount. And then the tube amount, just so many controls. And then on the filter side, you can basically dial in a Pultec thing if you want. You can make it, you can change the shelf, you can do whatever, but like you could do all sorts of crazy stuff on this thing. Like it's a little insane. You even have the tilt. Like it's just the whole thing is kind of cool. But it's a lot. It's like so much. Then you've got this emphasis section, which is like a whole nother section. This is like calibration and filter, and then this is something completely different. It's just so much to deal with on here. It's a crazy plugin. I feel like you could do a lot with that plugin alone. That's because it's like so much under the hood of that. That going into Wolfcomp Mastering Edition, you probably wouldn't need anything else on your mix bus at all. Just those two things. And you finish it with the mastering edition because it's like it's meant to be a final stage limiter. And that would be, maybe I'll do that on one of these streams for sure. But at this point, we're dialed here. I'm not changing stuff. That's the big mistake people make too. They change stuff for no reason at the end, like crazy. Braxel, mid-range definitely makes or breaks the mix 100%. Maybe I've just got accustomed to it, but headphones get me the most accurate volume bounces. As you've definitely become accustomed to it. Are you using the Atoms? You're still using those Atom audio headphones, right? It's such a battle finding headphones that work for everyone, like for you. Like your ears have to match your headphones, and it's not easy to find the right headphones to get them to work. And then learning them, like, so you first have to get close, get in the ballpark, something you could use, then learn them. Learn to love the ache, GDP. They also give me accurate headaches too. Yeah, they do. That's for sure. Oh, we got a new dude. James Campbell Gray 3203. Best top end boost I found in the box is combining 40K of Antelope Audio MG4 Mag 4 clone with acceleration, HF limiter from Air Windows. Skyband brings the air, acceleration 2 lets you control. Interesting. That's pretty cool. Yeah, man, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. We do this all the time. And if you're somebody who works on your own stuff or other people's stuff, no matter what level you're at, you're welcome to come through, hit up the chat, use this as a break from working on whatever it is you got going on, and, be part of our community. It's awesome, dude. Glad you came through. Because this is the tail end too. I'm about to print a version and then do some thank yous and wrap up, because this has been a fun day. And this is the finishing touches of this mix, and we really went kind of slow and steady on it. We hit up a ton of automation, tons of automation. I know this looks crazy. This is just the outro of the song. It should say outro right here to make this look a little less crazy. But I didn't mark that in the interest of time. And Air Windows is massively underrated. Yeah, that's 100% true. Air Windows. And Air Windows is different than the Air plugins that I have, right? Like the tip, whatever these are. What are these? Like, what's this stuff? Air Chorus, Air. What is this? Is this Air Windows? I've always wondered about that. Like, what is this stuff? I've used a couple of these, like the stereo width. I've used the reverb. I think I've used their lo-fi. Everyone's used lo-fi. These old school jams, are these Air? Is this Air Windows? Is that what this is? Like, what is this? I've always wondered about that. Like, because people have mentioned Air Windows to me before, and I have no idea. I've heard so much about them that I know they're legit, and I don't actually know if that's Air Windows or not. Are all those plugins Air Windows? Or is that some crazy other company who stole their name, like freaking Burger King, and, like, what are we dealing with? What is that? Nope, it's not. Unfortunately, that's Air Music Technology, different developer. Air Windows is one guy who codes them himself. Well, why is he? Who had the name first? I'm with you. It's probably awesome, but, like, don't you hate that? We need more words. We freaking need more words in the English language. Why is everything the same name? Like sub bass, subgroups, sub mixes. Like, why is everything the same name? Air Windows is a one-man show. That's awesome. I gotta check out more of their shit. That's pretty cool. So yeah, what's funny is something you said about, like, I like the Mag 4 EQ stuff for the Air band on top. That is a beautiful reason to have it. And it's one of my, like, I usually don't use it if I'm using a sidecar or something as my EQ on my mix bus, but I'm doing a similar thing at 20K. It's not a 40K Air band, but it's similar, right? Even though I'm only boosting like 1 dB. But the A-type is exciting the top in an interesting way. And that's where we were right there before I started doing the talks. We're at a place where if I use this A-type, it's going to be a little bit brighter, a little bit more excited of a mix. And if I don't, it's going to be chiller. And the weird thing is, after you've been mixing for several hours, 5 hours, we've been taking breaks doing the talks. And to me, that's a break. But I'm not sure if when I listen to this tomorrow, if I did print one with A-type, if I'd be like, that's a little bright. because I'm very aware that after this much time, like everybody's ears, like things just keep being okay to be brighter, and that could be what's tricking me into thinking I like A-type right now on this in this position, right before the sidecar, after 3348 and before the sidecar.
That's taken our shade away and polluted our air. You know they don't have a care, so why should we? Why should I care? Why should I care? Why should we? Why should I The slap of your hand goes.
I'm going to leave it off because I can already tell that it's doing so little, but it is messing with my low end a little bit. And I know there's like an internal sidechain jam in here, but
The crack of the hammer that buries the nail and seals the coffin that's buried in the sand, even though it don't make any sense. The grind of the chainsaw that cuts down the trees, that's taken our shade away and polluted our air. You know they don't have a care, so why should we? Why should I care? Why should I care? Why should
it's going to be really hard for anyone to tell because it's clearly brighter and people think brighter is better, but I don't agree with the brighter, better world. It's one of my favorite parts of tape was how not bright it was. It was sort of like exciting though, but not bright. And whenever you compare something that's brighter, it always sounds like people will always pick that over the other in a blind test, and that doesn't mean anything to me really. When they don't have a blind test and they're listening to it super loud, what would they pick? When that's the thing. With a comparison, everyone wants the bright one. He uses unique math, not the same cookie. This is pretty cool. Cookie cutter stuff everyone else uses and slaps their name on. Yeah, that's awesome. Air Windows. I've kind of heard of it. I'm telling you, it's very popular. It's getting around. Like it's been in the chat before. I know that 100%. It's been in the chat before. I might have to check that out. Are they free or something? Or they cost money? I just remember hearing something that was like a bunch of those somethings were free or something. Am I out of my mind? I'm probably out of my mind. Yeah. Never worry about what people are singing about, Braxel. Just worry about what you think it sounds like, whatever they're singing. Make like it's everyone has their own interpretation of what lyrics are. You never get 10 people who read the lyrics and think the same thing about whatever the singer is saying in any song. I wouldn't worry yourself. Don't trouble your mind with that. James Campbell. Free, yes. What? See, I told you, dude. You should have led with that. You should have led with, oh, they're free. Everyone would be like, what are they? But, dude, that's awesome. Got to check that out. That's what's crazy. They sound expensive, but they look ugly because they're just sliders. That's what I remember. I think it was White Sea Studio or something. Pulled up some Air Windows something or other. It was I think it was a tape plugin. I think it's called like the best tape plugin or something. And it was just a couple weird sliders. It looked terrible, but it sounded cool, if I'm not mistaken. That's awesome, though. Like, I like that. Low CPU. You know, I'm not somebody who gets tons of plugins, but how can you deny a free plugin? How can you deny trying a free plugin? You know what I'm saying? Those Odyssey Matty Modicines are really good, man.
That cuts down the trees, that's taking our shade away.
But I know these so much better.
That cuts down the trees, that's taking our shade away and polluted our air. You know they don't have a care, so why should we? Why should I care? Why should I care? Why should we?
It doesn't need A-type. Final decision. Okay. It just sounds like too aggressive. Those focals that I know kind of give me this like it's a little more muddy. It might be a little brighter on top, but it's adding mud with it. It's like nothing comes for free. Mud is a side effect of everything to some degree. And even the stuff that sounds brighter, it's exciting multiple frequencies, not just the top. You can get a top, like the air boost out of that A-type, but it left a little bit of a bad taste in my mouth just now. I was like, nah. And in the other headphones, it sounded okay. That's why I gotta keep using the Manny Marroquins so I can learn them better, because these, the focals tell the truth to me and the other ones don't yet. I don't really know what they're saying. So we're going to keep it like this. So let's print one of these, and then we'll wrap up with any stuff in the chat. Anybody's got questions, comments, anything, throw it in there so we can get to that as soon as this thing is printing. I'm going to basically print one right now. And I'm going to save it as the M3 version because that's where we're at. Wave 81314 interleave 2496 interleave 2496 MP3 boom boom, we're offline. Is it going in the right place? It is. Okay. All right. Let's turn this off. So stick with me, printing a jam right now, and then I will be in the chat answering any questions. Throw anything in there that you may have about questions, answers, or any cool stuff like that. Free plugins. That's James Campbell. I'm glad you came through with that, man. That's actually pretty cool for anybody to know, especially like, Braxel, you're collecting plugins over there every once in a while. That sounds like a nice company to know about right there. That's pretty cool. James Campbell's right, man. That's the thing. He started Air Windows as a Patreon project where you could download them all for basic subscription. But a few years ago, he got stable, so he's just giving them away now. That's amazing, dude. This guy sounds amazing. What's the name of the creator? Who is that guy? I'm gonna print this, and then we'll do finishing statements in the chat. So stick around. Let's check out what we've done today. Let's listen to this thing. And something I mentioned earlier is I could actually automate this whole thing down and then up a little bit, and we'd be fine. It would add a little bit more dynamic to it. But since I haven't done it yet, I think I'm not gonna, because it's gonna work fine. It already kind of builds on its own.
Polluted our air. You know they don't have a care, so why should we?
Like, how much bigger does it need to get? You know what I'm saying? It's already, like, what I mean is could lower this. We could check it real quick and see if it doesn't suck. Bring this up a dB. So now we're negative 0.9 and we're at 0 here.
Don't have a care, so why should
I just don't think it's necessary. It moves too much. I never thought I'd say that.
and polluted our air? You know they don't have a care, so why should we? Why should I? You know they don't have a care, so why should we?
Awesome. What's up, Blue Moose 0228? That's awesome, dude. Chris Johnson. That's the dude, James Campbell. Awesome. So Chris Johnson, the inventor of Air Windows. If you're just dropping by, anybody like Blue Moose, maybe you need those free plugins. Air Windows free plugins. We're talking about how amazing they are. I've actually got to go and check them out myself, but James Campbell just came through and mentioned some of these amazing, like, they look, rough. They look basic, but they're amazing and they're free. And James just dropped that. Chris Johnson's the creator. That's pretty awesome, man. I like that. So, yeah, I'm going to undo this little bit of boost because I don't think it needs it. Like, I think we're already jumping off, and now we're just jumping off too much. Like, how much of a drop do we need? It's already kind of dropped in there. So a lot of that's built into the automation, and then when it gets to the chorus, let's look at what our cymbal is coming down a little fast for me. Let me just deal with that real quick. At least it's a little less abrupt. Let's deal with the snare a little bit too here. Little like Andy Wallace thing where you do like one extra snare hit, maybe on the downbeat or for the fill, and then one more. Give them like a little bit of something to hold on to. Something to hold on to. And this is just a crazy, on the crash, I like to make sure you can hear the kick nice and powerfully. It busts through the speakers a little bit. Just automating some crashes, that's all. Okay. That I may have missed. Got those. All right, we're good. And again, as always, after a long day's mix, you should always listen to your song the next morning or the day after, like whenever you have fresh ears and a clean head. And at that point, listen one time, and when you hear it, whatever you think is wrong after you listen to it fully, let it play through. Whatever catches your ear is what's wrong. You can tweak that, and that's it. Don't listen to it 100 more times. Just be done, or you wind up on a hamster wheel. And in my opinion, it's my duty to keep telling people this because that's what everyone does. Like, don't think you're the only one. Everyone listens and listens and listens. Car checks, version 10, 11, 12, 15, 20. It's what everybody does. And everyone who does that at some point in their life realizes version 2 was probably the best one. So just saving you some time. Everybody gets there when they get there in their own time, but in my opinion, that's how it works. So I want to share it. All right, here we go. Running this thing. Run it. Here we go. Run it, run it, run it. So we're going to jump in the chat after the jam. Let's do it. Here we go. So let this thing play through. Let's hear what we done here. The ending is crazy, so bear with the ending because, like I said, it is a bit nutty. A bit naughty. Definitely on the nutty side. 100%. Maybe the best, we'll leave it like this. I was going to say maybe the best move is show the fader movement while I do this, but it's on the top of the screen so you can see it in miniature view up there. Here we go.
Crack of the hammer that buries the nail and seals the coffin that's buried in the sand, even though it don't make any sense. The grind of the chainsaw that cuts down the trees, that's taken our shade away and polluted our air. You know they don't have a care, so why should we? Why should I care? Why should I care? Why should we? Why should I The slap of your hand goes and crushes your face. The neighbor calls the police. They take you away, 'cause there's no tolerance policy. Blood from the chain gang is hitting the floor and staining all of your clothes. You know they won't let you go. You know they just wanna know why you're here. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why should we? Why should I care?
That was a trip. What a trip. That was a trip. That was a total trip. Um, Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. I was into it. The volume never really got too nutty on me. I could tell just based on what I was hearing. There's about 2-3 dB of compression on the sidecar only, which felt about right. It's about 3 dB of compression, maybe on the ML4000, maybe 4 dB at some points, but mostly I could tell it stayed in that sweet spot zone. Everything just sounded the way I kind of like. Nothing sounded smushed, and that's what I like. So I think we've achieved a lot, and it's funny. I could have squeezed out a little more volume, but that's the thing. I lowered the input of the inflator by about a dB at some point, somewhere during the course of this lucid dream. I lowered the input by 1 dB roughly, and it made it easier to listen to, less like sunshine. You know, it's an interesting thing with the inflator. I really like the plugin. It's just so aggressive that you gotta find your sweet spot with it, and at some point, you know, consider turning it on. You almost don't want to turn it on too early, but at the same time, if you don't turn it on early enough, it's all over, because as soon as you put that on, it's going to change everything. You'll wind up with the settings on like 10% on each side, like super low, which is fine. There's nothing actually wrong with that. It's just, if you want to get a little more out of it, you do have to turn it on earlier so you can mix into it, because it is weird. It does a thing. It's a wave shaper of sorts, but it adds a lot of love. And if you just turn that on at the end, you won't be able to get enough out of it without it totally making your mix sound like the sun is blasting at you. I like it. I'm happy with where we stand right here. So let's jump in the chat. I noticed a couple great questions. Braxel said he loves the snare sound. What do I have on it? Let's look at the snare real quick. There's a trigger track that is combined. So there's only 4 mics on these drums. And if I told you the interface, I've told you guys before, but a lot of this stuff, including this, was recorded on an MBox 2 Pro, available right now on eBay for $49.99. You could probably get the guy to give it to you for $25. We're talking like not 400, like literally $30, $40, $50, because it's so old. This was used with Pro Tools LE7, and the front end of that was this Allen & Heath live console. So the live Allen & Heath console is a 16-track that had a sound, and you could actually drive the preamps. So it wasn't the worst sounding thing I could have ever used, but the interface was. I'll tell you that. It was. It wasn't great, but we got a lot out of it. So what's on the snare? The 4KB is on the snare. I'll just kind of open each of these plugins real quick. I got a 4KB on, and the compression is on. I think it's important to note the compression is on, because this has such a flavor. And I'm doing a bit of high-pass filtering, in addition to some low-end boost around 200-ish. I'm taking out a little bit of 2.5, and I'm boosting some 8K. But that goes in tandem with the API Vision for me. And this is where I do a lot of my color moves, I call them, because they're wide cues. If you see the stuff like cranked once or twice or even 3 times, like the proportional cue hasn't tightened up that much yet. It's proportional, so the more you push into it, the tighter it gets. But what are we boosting? 1.5 at like 6 dB at 1.5, boosting 500 hertz at 4 dB at 500 hertz. And the compressor's on also. The compressor's on. It's on the medium attack. If you do wind up messing with this channel strip, you're gonna have a lot of fun with it, because it has a lot of flavor and sound. I mean, it's sweet sounding. The bottom is a shelf. It's not a bell. You have that switch right there. Same with the top. The top's a shelf. It's not a bell, but it's not on, so it doesn't matter. That's about it here. And other than that, Gold Clip is on there, the snare track. Alicia Alpha Comp was on it momentarily, and then I pulled it off in favor of Gold Clip. And I did not click the LPF button at the bottom left. I know Braxel is curious about that. At times, I'm clipping about 3 dB on the snare, but I hadn't reset that in a while, so who knows when that's from, but it's probably close to accurate. I'm sending all this to a bunch of places, though. That's what you're looking at here. It's going to my drum parallel stuff and to the snare verb. That's 33. That's the bottom one. It's going to a Pro Q3, taking away top and bottom, essentially. It's around 150 and then 9K up, gone, into a Lexicon. One of my favorite reverbs. Fat snare plate, and then probably tweaked a bit from there. And then the dB verb is off. A lot of times I'll automate the dB verb. Oh, look at that. It is on. It's doing crazy stuff. Cool. So the dB verb comes on and off, which is interesting. Like verses one way, something the other way. I'm not actually even sure what it's set at. And it's possible I didn't even... it's possible I didn't tweak the preset of this at all. And I just left it set at RC, a miserable snare, whatever that is. Usually I'll pull up a preset for an effect of some kind, like reverb or delay. I'll go start with a preset and then tweak from there. You find the closest preset and you tweak. But I wouldn't do that on EQ or compression. It's just, I find the sources can vary too much for that. But when it comes to an effect, it's the way to go as far as I'm concerned. And then I have a G at the end of it just in case I need to do more work, but I didn't do nothing. In case I needed to like take some weird sound away or add after the verbs. I have before and after EQ there. On the snare trigger, I'm just hitting the trigger up. I have a bunch of choices here, and I'm like, I have this blend. It's really just length. I've played this before, but it just sounds like the worst 80s sounding Casio keyboard snare you've ever heard. Like just some, my first freaking boombox or whatever. Like it sounds bad, but with the snare, it sounds good. This is all the attack and the personality, and this is just length, really. If I played it right now, it's like a joke. Like, listen to this thing. It doesn't sound good, but it's the perfect... What I realized a long time ago is all you really want is some weird ambience that holds. Kind of just like white noise. Andy Wallace used to use a white noise sample, and this, to me, is like my version of that in a way. It's just like a snare in a big room, just psh, psh, psh. This is what it kind of sounds like. And it holds, like the tail of it, the psh is long. And that's what I use it for, is to fill in the gaps. So 10 dB down, this is almost 18 dB lower. So it's much lower, but at the same time, it helps. And then, the overhead left and right is also helping. I should take this off before I ruin it by touching something. The Ocean Way plugin is on it. That's helping with the overheads because there's no room mics. So if you have a situation of no room mics, you should throw something like Ocean Way or some sort of, I shouldn't say should. You should do whatever you want. But if you don't like a dead drum sound, you might like what this does because it adds as if there were room mics. It's basically gives you an awesome sounding studio setup, leaving it on remic mode, and you can run it right on the track itself. And it just makes your overheads now have room mics to go with them, essentially. Like you can make it as tight or as big as you want. You can drag those things for distance. So they're all set with a distance. You see this? Like distance. So you can, 7.7 feet, 14.8, 26. You can do what you like. You can move them however you feel you want to move them. It's pretty cool. I love that plugin. And this is the old version. There's a new one. But like I said, I'm not a person who buys a ton of plugins. So I've had this one for a while. It works great. I may get the new one because that Ocean Way is one of my favorites. I do like it a lot because it's so often you'll get a drum kit that doesn't have all the pieces you need. Like rooms are so important. Rooms are the drum sound in a lot of cases. So that's why the snare is like negative 10 dB. Guess what the rooms my overheads are? Negative 11 because they're no longer overheads. They're also room mics. And then I broke out some stuff onto rack and floor. That, so that helps to make those toms set, which is in the other video. You can check that out if you haven't. I did it. You could watch me do the whole thing. Every tom fill was not close mic'd. So those are triggers that are just blended in, and they may even be a little loud. That was one of the comments when I was listening. I was like, some of the spots are loud, but I kind of like the fills taken up being huge. so I don't mind them. But maybe when on tomorrow's fresh listen, maybe I'll adjust that a little. Maybe I won't. We'll see how I feel in the morning when I hear it. But drum parallel. These are my drum parallels. So the snare's being sent here too. So when you ask like what's on the snare, it's this world of stuff, right? Decapitator, little low cut, bunch of high cut, and the drive up pretty high. We're cranking. It's like 9.5 on the drive. We're really cranking, and it's on the P setting, which stands for Pultec flavor. And I don't know exactly what those letters stand for, but when I hear it, I think P Pultec kind of sounds like a Pultec. I'm in. It sounds like the distortion and saturation you would get from a Pultec. Let me elaborate. And A might be API. N I think is Neve, and these probably have other names. Not exactly sure what they are, but they stand for something. But that's how I always looked at it. I was like, oh, that's what this stuff is. It's flavors of saturation with initials that abbreviate something that I know. That's how you should look at that plugin. And then 1081, and it's not doing a whole lot. It's boosting a little in the middle. It's doing a 27 hertz filter at the bottom for this thing. Boosting some 4.7. Boosting more 4.7. That's pretty interesting. Cool. Yeah. Sometimes I don't even know what this stuff does. And then like when I throw this stuff on a template, it gets tweaked song to song, and then whatever the crazy settings are, go to the next song as opposed to starting from zero, which sometimes is helpful, but I always start with these off. So when I turn them on is when I address any issues or weirdness that I'm hearing. If I turn it on, it sounds good, I might leave it. If it sounds bad, then it's when I would go in and adjust, but usually I turn them on individually. So like I'd hear this one first, see if I like it. This thing is a reverb spacey sound. Tape echo, devil lock, echo boy. Good old tape echo, devil lock, echo boy. Devil lock is another one of my go-to faves. Gotta love this plugin. And then echo boy is doing a 16th note triplet, trying to get a little bit of that John Bonham thing going on with their little delay on the drums. And then a distressor. My last one's a 1081 into a distressor. I don't even know how it's set at the moment. I'm looking at 270 hertz, a little boost, and 47 filter at the bottom. 47 hertz high pass filter. And then I'm nuking. So I'm really getting a lot from the distressor. So this stuff's all in parallel. You notice all the drums are sent to the mix bus directly and also here. So this is your parallel stuff. Hope that answered your question there. James, I really appreciate you sharing what you found, man. We all appreciate it here. That's amazing. That's very cool. James Campbell Gray 3203 wrote, "I'm relieved and happy to help. That's what drew me to this channel. The obvious desire to get eye level with everyone, not be elevated over everyone. It's something missing in the industry these days." Honestly, I really appreciate that compliment. That is a sincere, amazing, probably best compliment I've had today, or in a long time, to be honest, because that's what I'm trying to do. It's exactly what I'm trying to do, is create a place everyone can rock and roll together the same way it feels when you work with a lot of other engineers. If you've ever been lucky enough to intern or around a bunch of other engineers, it doesn't feel like when you're around your friends who freaking do whatever they do, who watch football on the weekends and they don't do music stuff. It doesn't feel like that. It feels totally like you're at home, because all of a sudden all the conversations are about Neve. They're about SSL stuff. They're about gear. They're about plugins. They're about how to get a better sound, where to set up mics, what kind of speakers do you like, what kind of headphones are you using, what worked, what didn't work, what guitar is that, it's all about the stuff we care about. How to mic a snare drum, why that snare sounded so good compared to the other snares. Have you heard about, what Moses is doing? Moses Schneider, just all this cool stuff gets out there. I dropped his name because he has a particularly unique, cool ways of making drums sound great. So that's just where my head went. But I appreciate that, man. Thank you for that. You're welcome here anytime, and anybody who wants to not work at home alone while they're mixing, you could jump in here. It's as if I'm next door in the room across the hall from you in a studio. You jump in the chat, you say what up, you go back to your, mixing whatever you're doing, you take a break, you're back in the chat. Like, that's what we do. To me, that's the thing. If I could have everybody do that, that would be the move. Because then everybody gets more music done too. So like, it's like working out for everybody. Everybody gets more work time, music, and it's not alone working time. I love that. I'm telling you, it's just so much more fun that way. That's the truth. So yeah, so where was I? Where was I? That comment threw me because it was so good. I really appreciate that. Yeah, with GDP, we got to do some research on the best plugins. Dude, James, if you want, jump in our Discord and throw if you got that time, just shoot a list of whatever Air Windows stuff you think is good. Just like your top 5 or whatever, like or 10 or whatever you want to throw in there, honestly. Whatever you think is the stuff to check out first, it could live in the Discord because I'd be curious to check it out. Yeah, GDP is thorough. GDP will tell me about stuff that I haven't heard of yet, and Air Windows may have been mentioned at some point, but maybe it was something else you were talking about. I get excited about gear too, man. I'm glad you like the tune, by the way. Very unique, gives old school 70s vibes at times. That's what we're going for, man. I really appreciate that. That's the stuff I love. I'm a fan of old school music, 60s, 70s rock. I love Zeppelin. Somebody recently asked me, what's your favorite band of all time, you think? It would probably be Zeppelin from a band, if I had to say band, not individual artists or, because that might be someone else. That would probably be Hendrix. But Zeppelin for me, for band, I think is probably, like, if I had to pick one favorite band, and it's tough to say that and pick one, I'd probably say Zeppelin. We got one last thing to annoy everyone about. This is James Campbell. One last thing to annoy everyone about with Air Windows. Kawasa Sound compiled a bunch of their best Air Windows plugins into a free GUI called Analog Channel. It makes jumping into Air Windows easier at first. Okay. And I actually combine Analog Channel, Kawasa Sound, with the console plugins. I don't have any work done yet, but the testing I've done is insane. Cool. That's cool, man. I appreciate you sharing that stuff. That's awesome. Yeah, man. Feel free to share any of this stuff, and you could throw any of it in the Discord you want. If you haven't joined it yet, the link's in the description, and we throw it in the jam, in the chat. Here we go. Stelios, how you doing over there, Stelios? We got Stelios in the house. We're doing good over here. Pongmaster, man, what's going on? Pongmaster Road, I'm just back from a little hike, and you're still on it. What time is it at your place? It's 10:37 a.m. We just printed the version that's the keeper version, so I'd call this done. And it's done until the final, morning check. Like I do one play. Anything my ears tell me, I just couple tweaks, and I call it done. I don't actually print a second one after. I just decide what I'm going to tweak, and then I call it done. And at this point, there's hardly anything. The only thing that came up was maybe toms that are slightly a little loud, and like I was considering making them a smidge lower, even though I love how powerful they are. And then the very end of the song, when some of that crazy stuff pops in and out, like maybe fading one or two of those things so they don't just abruptly, shout at us. Other than that, I like it. And that's like at the tail end in the spaceship alien section. not like, even if I left it alone, it'd be fine. Sometimes like aliens are supposed to pop out at you. Like we could justify it either way. But those are the only things that are I think of at the moment. I like the rest of it. But it's good to have you back, Pong Master. That's awesome, James. Yeah, join that Discord. Anybody who hasn't yet, it's so new that I'll remember every single name that goes on this thing in the initial, bunch of people that join, because it's literally, we started it like a couple days ago and it's brand new, honestly. We just started talking about it on stream. I think it's the second stream since we've had one. So pretty cool. Stelios wrote, just finished my rehearsal with the band, trying to tap the right delay pedal for some tunes. It was fun. Nice. I love a good tap delay. I love those. I tell you the truth, the old Boss delay was always my favorite delay pedal, like the old school. They have a bunch of them. The one that was like gray color, silver color. A buddy of mine had the just delay one. I had a reverb delay one, and I love those. Either one is great. Boss delay, for some reason, is such a cool pedal. And the other one I love is Caroline Pedal Company. Has this crazy pedal that it has the coolest button on it. It's like a berserk button where you hold it down and it takes whatever you're playing and creates a feedback loop. So as a guitarist, like I am, if you hit anything cool, like you're just holding a wah, and then you hit this thing, it goes wah, 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 and it just feels like your guitar amp's feeding back. So you can control the feedback on any note you want. It's pretty amazing. Like at any time, it's sick. It's just like feedback on tap. Love that pedal. I think everybody who's a guitarist should have one of those. They're so good. But it's of course, styles depending, right? Sleep is its own thing. I've been accused of being, a vampire before. I'm not sure how much I sleep. I need to sleep potentially a little bit, and we shall see. But it's I keep weird hours. I keep Prince hours. Prince used to have people like, hey, I'm coming to the studio, crazy hours all the time, work through the middle of the night, just all the Prince hours. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knows what I'm saying. Yeah, hit the like button if you guys haven't already. Hit subscribe, hit like, do all the good stuff so that they keep pushing this stuff, because I feel like every engineer out there needs to be a part of a community that will make them feel like they're part of something when they're mixing, when they're spending all this time working on music and they're doing it alone a lot. This is an outlet for that. So, it means a lot to me to do something like this. And, I want to thank a lot of people who've been part of this stream at the moment. Let me grab this. Got a solid list here. Thank you to Braxel, the man Braxel. Thank you for coming through and doing your thing. You are awesome. Mr. Psychotronic, same with you. You're the man, and I really appreciate it. Alex Christoph, drums. What's poppin', my dude? You're the man. Freaking dude is hilarious. It keeps us with our backs stretched. Awesome. Niles Pache, that dude comes through, and he's the man as well. I'm going to have to come up with other things to say other than, because everybody has their own thing here. Ish 102 TV. I believe that's your first time. You're welcome for coming through, bro. You're awesome. Dab T, Cairo K, or Cairo, California, CA. I don't know what the CA is, but that's awesome. Dab T, Cairo K, or Ka. No idea. You're awesome too, even though I can't say it. I'll figure out what that name is at some point. D2 Fly Music, Kaylin Kibler 6049. You've been a part of a bunch of them too. D2 Fly I think is new. Dab 2 is new, or Dapty or Daptk or whatever. Ish 102. These guys are new, so that's awesome. We like growing this thing. That's amazing. Little Interesting. You're an old friend at this point. You helped me through that the other night when everything went crazy on the stream. I appreciate you. Isaac, this is one of those tough ones that makes my brain have an aneurysm. Isaac adds a music. I like it. What's going on, my dude? Pongmaster 123, B Bluger, And Pongmaster, you're the man also, man. And you just came through, so I got to make sure I give you your flowers there. You're the dude. B. Bluger at James Campbell Gray 3203. The man dropping the Air Windows knowledge. You got to appreciate that. Free plugins that are amazing that I've heard talked about on many channels, including White Sea Studio. I'm very sure he's mentioned Air Windows before. Blue Moose 0228. And of course, how could I forget the great Stelios Leos D1108? How could I forget? Of course not. Never going to forget. I ain't never going to forget. We got this. So as I look through this jam, I think we nailed all the thank yous. And anybody I missed, I sincerely apologize because it's not my intention. But the chat doesn't always go all the way up to the top. It does a weird thing. So, it is the deal. Mr. Psychotronic dropped this cool tape video on our Discord, and people who are, if you're on the Discord, you can catch us there after. I usually sign into there for a little bit. Danny Lyrica, how could I forget you, my dude? What's going on, Danny? I'm glad I just caught that. You're the man. How's it going over there? We got, and the cool thing is people are all over the place. Like, nobody's in the same place. Everyone is, all over. It's the one studio that extends across the whole world because we connect in the dots, man. That's what we're doing over here. Connecting the dots. Mr. Psychotronic. Yep. That's... I love Mr. Psychotronic's profile pic. It looks insane. I dig that. And, I think I caught everybody now. That was awesome. And this was an interesting stream. I hope you liked the song. This was a very cool song that was kind of... I had no idea where it was going to go when we started it. I could tell you that much. It's like sometimes I have a prediction ahead of time of exactly maybe what's going to happen. Not in this case. And I'm very happy with how it turned out. We basically took a mix yesterday that sounded pretty good, pretty open, and just added a little more life to it. Made the toms sound a little bigger. A bunch of automation moves, a bunch of moves here and there. Made the snare kind of open up a little bit more in the choruses and stuff. Just did all the things. Plenty of stuff. So that's what you do. You literally, you pull all the tricks out. We added a couple harmonies from vocals that didn't exist. So if you have one track of vocals, a lot of people do that. They don't know how to sing the harmony or you can create them. Especially if somebody sends you stuff to mix and it needs a harmony, it feels like it needs one, you can create them. You could either sing it yourself or you could just create them from the same track they sent you, which is something that I like to do. And, there's all sorts of ways to do it. The way I did it today was just the way that seemed to work and quickest way. I'm sure I'll do it a different way next time. So anyway, you guys are awesome. I really appreciate you checking it out. And hopefully I didn't miss nobody. And if I did, I apologize. The last stuff in the chat here before I go. What do we got? I have one from Keeley. It's called Halo. Yep, Keeley is awesome too. I like Keeley. Great pedal company. Pongmaster wrote, Prince, a friend of mine, worked with him in Switzerland. They always had to search all studios for hidden cameras before starting to work. That's insane. It's crazy. But it doesn't surprise me because he wouldn't want to work in a place where he's being secretly recorded. Who would? Secretly recorded. Pongmaster. I was in Power Play Studio. Nice. James Campbell said, that's interesting. Did you know that Prince decided to become one of Jehovah's Witnesses? I did not know. I did not know that. But that's for another day. We've done it, guys. We've done what we set out to do, which was mix a song and finish it and get to a point where we're happy. Now, that's why once you're there, you ride that wave. You ride it as long as you can because the wave will take you to finishing the next song and the next song. It's momentum. I can't stress that enough. That's the actual worst part about doing 20 revisions on your song. That's the worst part is you lose momentum. You wind up in a place where now instead of getting 2 more songs done, you just finish the one if you're lucky. So that beats on you. Now it's harder to start the next one. Now it's harder to keep momentum. The whole thing's a disaster. So you want to keep the momentum. So that's why, I'm trying to do these shorter streams, like 4 hours. 4 hours is ideal. That's what I'm thinking. But lately it's been like 6 hours, 6 hours. So we're getting there. We're getting there. But the bottom line is, I appreciate everybody watching. You guys are awesome. Keep the momentum when you're working on your stuff. Don't go round and round in circles on that crazy hamster wheel. Believe me when I tell you, this is done. And if I listen to it one time and make 2 tweaks and then print another one, that's done. Like, it doesn't go past that. And that's with fresh ears in the morning. And trust me, you're better off doing it that way. So this is Evan Jaffe. Check out the channel if you haven't already on the video side. I plan on dropping many more videos than I have been recently because I've been just obsessed with doing live streams, and I've had a bunch of work coming in I've had to get to and finish. So now that that's done and the holidays are wrapped, like, I plan to get back to my video schedule too. But don't miss these things. Everybody's welcome. Open a DAW. Next time you see the message of when we're going to do a live, open the DAW and just mix along with me. Because trust me, it's like motivation. It's like a personal trainer in a way. Even if you know exactly what you're doing, it's just like somebody working out next to you. It makes you show up to the gym and push harder. That's what it is. So you guys are awesome. I appreciate everybody watching. I appreciate you hitting the like button, subscribing. I hope you dug the mix. Anybody have questions, throw it in the comments when this thing's over, or go jump over to the Discord. And also, if you have any video ideas, throw those in the comments, because I'm happy to source video ideas, because I'm entertaining all sorts of stuff to make videos on now. So you guys are awesome. This is Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. You guys got this. And keep in mind, you guys can all do this. Everybody can make an amazing mix in a reasonable amount of time. All right? You guys are amazing. Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. Thanks for watching. Take it easy. Have a good night, morning, or whatever time it is. All right? You got this. Take it easy.